Honorable Prime Minister, sir. With this, we begin the proceeding of this session. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Union Minister for Health, Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizer, esteemed industry leaders and patrons across the globe, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to extend a very warm welcome to all dignitaries at the first Global Innovation Summit, a very important day for the Indian pharmaceutical industry, academia, investors, innovators, and researchers. We are truly honored and privileged to have with us today Sri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister of India, a constant source of inspiration. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. We have gathered here today to showcase the strength of India's pharmaceutical sector as we strive to also become a leader in research, development, and innovation. Once again, I welcome you all to witness and participate in India's journey from Make in India towards Discover in India. Without further ado, may I now invite Mr. Sameer Mehta, President, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, for his introductory remarks. Mr. Mehta, please.
Uh, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Mr. Pankaj Patel, Chairman Cadila Healthcare, and also the Chairman of Innovation Committee of IPA, which has been responsible for organizing today's event. All key Indian and global stakeholders from the government, industry, academia, investors, and researchers. A very good evening and a warm welcome to the first Global Innovation Summit. Today marks an important event for the Indian pharma sector as we inaugurate the first Global Innovation Summit. This summit will serve as a flagship event to build the sector's position in R&D and innovation as we embark on the journey from Make in India to Discover in India. This is built on the theme of Atmanirbhar Bharat as envisioned by our respected Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. The Global Innovation Summit has an apt theme of Discover in India, accelerating the innovation journey of the Indian life sciences industry. The summit aims to bring together key Indian and international stakeholders to discuss and strategize priorities to foster a thriving innovation ecosystem in the pharma industry in India. We have all industry associations coming together for this summit and over 2,500 participants from India and many parts of the world, including US, Europe, Japan, and elsewhere, have registered today, indicating the wide commitment to take the innovation agenda forward. This summit is the first of its kind being organized in our country. The key objectives of the summit are take stock and discuss recommendations to improve innovation landscape in India, share learnings and emerging trends in the global innovation space, provide platform for entrepreneurs and researchers to showcase their ideas to support Discover in India and enhance access. Today, it is an honor for us to have Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to inaugurate the summit and share his vision for the industry. The inauguration session will feature a special address from our respected Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemical and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. The summit will have 12 sessions and over 40 national and international speakers deliberating on the important building blocks of a strong R&D and innovation ecosystem. These building blocks are creating an enabling regulatory environment, improving access to funding for innovation and R&D, and promoting industry-academia collaboration and infrastructure development. These discussions will take place in the form of engaging panel discussions covering the diverse viewpoints from the government, academia, industry, and investors' perspective. In addition to the panel discussions, we will have addresses from senior government leaders covering the policy aspect of building India's innovation ecosystem. This summit will also explore best practices and the experiences of prominent scientists and innovators from across the world. This summit will certainly help advance the focus on R&D and innovation in India. I'm sure that each one of us present here will have a great, meaningful learning experience and help us move forward in the journey of innovation. Thank you very much. And once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Moving to our next speaker, I will now request Mr. Pankaj Patel, Chairman of Cadila Healthcare, to please deliver his remarks. Mr. Patel, over to you.
Thank you very much, respected Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister for Health, Family Welfare, Chemical and Fertilizer, my colleagues from the industry, the global leaders and stakeholders, the government officials, industry academia, participants, investors, researchers from all over the world. Welcome, and it is indeed a pleasure to see you all in this conference. It is honor to have among us today our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, whose leadership vision has given the inspiration for all of us in creating an Atmanirbhar Bharat in healthcare. It also look forward to a special address from him today to further booster our moral and our capabilities going forward. The Indian pharmaceutical industry has been at the forefront of the service of the nation. For 120 years, it has been making a difference in the people's lives across the world by providing access to therapies and reducing the disease burden across the world. Rightly called the pharmacy of the world, India contributes about 20% share of the global supply of medicines by volume and supplies around 60% of demand of vaccines globally. The Indian pharmaceutical industry is a $45 billion industry in size and ranks third worldwide in production of volume and 13th in value. India has played a vital role in supply of high quality medicines for several diseases like chronic myeloid leukemia, hepatitis, HIV, AIDS, to name a few. India today is polio free because of the strong collaboration among vaccine manufacturers, healthcare providers, government, and development organizations. Global unmet care needs like NAFLD, NASH, which has no cure anywhere in the world, can be now treated today with a product of Indian innovation, saroglitazar. India's researchers have indigenously developed vaccines for COVID-19 in record time, like Bharat Biotech's Covaxin and also the world's first DNA vaccine, Zycode-D. During the pandemic, which witnessed one of the toughest healthcare challenge of all the times, the Indian pharmaceutical industry rose to the challenge and effectively managed all critical supplies of diagnostics, vaccine, therapeutics to people of India. People in India and across the world continue to depend on Indian vaccines and pharmaceutical manufacturers to get their supply of medication. As per data, India exported 6.63 crore doses of COVID vaccines to more than 95 countries in since May 2021. India thus is all set to play an even bigger role in the world drug security and become the most favored pharmaceutical market in the world. Atmanirbhar Bharat took a whole new meaning, with India underlining the importance of self-reliance and agility in their uncertain times. IPA has always played an important role in addressing the needs of future development of Indian pharmaceutical industry and the country. After focusing a lot on quality excellence, IPA is now converging the stakeholder for a meaningful dialogue on innovation as well. We thank the government for all the support this initiative led by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Recently, Government India has released draft R&D policy, catalyze research and development and innovation in pharma and medtech sector in India on 25th October 2021. The objective is to strengthen the innovation ecosystem for pharmaceutical sector in India and encourage research and development activity. India, despite of its strong position in generics, has yet to demonstrate sustained high capability in pharmaceutical drug delivery and biopharmaceutical new drug development. We account for significant share in generic market. However, we have to go a long way in the innovative space, which accounts for 65% of the global pharmaceutical market. Therefore, building an innovative ecosystem will be a game changer for the country. In India, the Indian pharmaceutical industry is poised to take a big leap forward in this decade. The vision of industry is to move to a $130 billion size by 2030. Building further on the mission of self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to see how innovation can be the new pillars of success for growth by 2030. This will only be possible as we are moving ahead in value chain. This summit is a path-breaking one, and as we are looking for at different dimensions and approaches to create an innovation ecosystem in India, it will make a huge contribution to the all proceedings. From the Make in India to Discover in India, this summit will explore how industry can bring innovation at the center stage. To make this happen, we need to understand how the foundation of a strong innovative culture can be inbuilt at every step of innovation value chain. This will include infrastructure, building capabilities, retaining talent, promoting academia industry collaboration, and so on. Beyond understanding the best approaches that have worked globally, we will also need to see how it can take root in India and be sustainable in our context. We are poised at a new beginning, which brings together different stakeholders on one single platform of making R&D and innovation in India a force to reckon with. I'm sure that all of us together will help to co-create new horizon where innovation strengthens the Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are encouraged by the support and guidance provided by our Honorable Prime Minister for this event, and we are thankful for him to be with us today to motivate us to more. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Next, may I please request Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, to share his thoughts with us. Sir, please.
respected Honorable Prime Minister, and all dignitaries and participants. I'm happy to join the inaugural session of the first Global Innovation Summit 2021, organized by Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, focusing on innovation in pharmaceutical sector. Today is also an occasion when we maybe celebrate the strength of India in terms of our youth, innovation, and Make in India. I would like to remember few words of Honorable Prime Minister. He has rightly mentioned in a Young Entrepreneurship Summit in 2017 that where convention fails, innovation starts. Under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India is focusing to complete cycle of pharmaceuticals, starting with innovation, R&D to finished products. Honorable Prime Minister has given the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliant India. In recent times, India has announced different PLI schemes for pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, which will not only help to reduce import burden, but also help us to become secure in critical drugs. I would like to thank and appreciate the contribution of our Indian pharma industries. During these challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic, Indian pharma industries thrived in this challenging time and proved itself as pharmacy for the whole world. In the initial period of pandemic, India provided critical drugs to over 150 countries in the time of need and still continuing the supply of all essential drugs. Our research policy on health is also in advanced stage, which will provide right platform for innovation to our scholars. I would like to mention here that India has administered around 1.15 billion COVID vaccine doses, which is highest in the world. These vaccines are manufactured in India, as well as it is also researched and developed in India. This is the first time when India started vaccination for any disease with other developed countries. This reflects our brain power, skill of scientists, manufacturing capacity, and most importantly, the able leadership which provided all necessary funds, supports, and guidance to make this happen. Honorable Prime Minister guides us on all policy issues of pharmaceuticals and health sector to frame it with consideration of not only India but also for the world. India has all necessary infrastructures and ecosystem to become healer of the world. This pandemic has given the world so many lessons, and the importance of drug security is one of them. When any countries invest in India, that drug security is as good as when they create a manufacturing facility in their country. I urge upon the world to join the journey of discovering India, make in India, and invest in India. I am very much confident that India will achieve the very ambitious target of 130 US billion dollar pharma industries by 2030. Honorable Prime Minister has also given carry-on call of vaccine for all to the world and committed contribution of 5 billion doses by 2022. Our pharma industries is aggressively working towards achieving the target ahead of time. I extend my best wishes to Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and all participants for the grand success of Global Innovation Summit. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it is my
In the cabinet, Sri Mansukh Bhai, President of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Sri Samir Mehta, Chairman of Cadila Healthcare Limited, Sri Pankaj Patel, distinguished participants, Namaste. At the outset, I congratulate the Indian Pharmaceutical Association for organizing this Global Innovation Summit. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought the importance of the healthcare sector into sharp focus. Whether it is lifestyle or medicines, medical technology or vaccines, every aspect of healthcare has received global attention over the last 2 years. In this context, the Indian pharmaceutical industry has also risen to the challenge. The global trust earned by the Indian healthcare sector had led to India being called the pharmacy of the world. In recent times, employing nearly 3 million people and generating a trade surplus of about $13 billion. The Indian pharma industry had been a key driver of our economic growth. The combination of high quality and quantity at affordable prices has generated immense interest in the Indian pharma sector around the world. Since 2014, the Indian healthcare sector has attracted over $12 billion in foreign direct investment. And there is still potential for much more. Friends, our definition of wellness is not limited by physical boundaries. We believe in the well-being of the entire humankind. Sarve api sukhina santu, sarve santu niramaya. And we have shown this spirit to the whole world during the COVID-19 global pandemic. We exported life-saving medicines and medical equipments to over 150 countries during the initial phase of the pandemic. We have also exported more than 65 million doses of COVID vaccines to nearly 100 countries this year. Over the coming months, as we ramp up our vaccine production capacities, we will do much more. Friends, the importance of innovation had been reinforced in the COVID-19 era in all walks of life. The disruption forced us to reimagine for our lifestyles the way we think and we work. In the context of the Indian pharma sector too, the speed, scale, and willingness to innovate had been truly impressive. For example, it is this spirit of innovation that led to India becoming a major producer and exporter of PPEs. And it is the same spirit of innovation that led to India being at the forefront of innovating, producing, administering, and exporting COVID-19 vaccines. Friends, the same spirit of innovation is reflected in the steps being taken by the government to encourage growth in the pharma sector. Last month, the government has released a draft document outlining the policy catalyze research and development and innovation in the pharma medtech sector in India. This policy reflects India's commitment to encourage R&D in pharmaceutical and medical devices. Our vision is to create an ecosystem for innovation that will make India leader in a drug discovery and innovation medical devices. Our policy interventions are being made based on wide consultation with all stakeholders. We are sensitive to the industry demands on regulatory framework and are actively working in this direction. The industry has got a major boost through the production-linked incentive schemes worth over 30,000 crore rupees for the pharmaceutical and medical devices. Friends, the support of industry, the academic world, and especially our talented youth is important. That is why we are encouraging collaboration between academia and industry. India has a large pool of scientists and technologists with the potential to take the industry to greater heights. This strength needs to be harnessed to discover and make in India. Friends, I also wish to highlight two areas which I want you to explore carefully. The first one relates to raw material requirements. While we have been fighting COVID-19, we found that this was one issue that needs much more attention. Today, when 1.3 billion people of India have taken it upon themselves to make India Atmanirbhar, we must think about ramping up domestic manufacturing of key ingredients for vaccine and medicines. This is one frontier that India has to conquer. I'm sure that investors and innovators are keen to work together to overcome these challenges as well. The second area relates to India's traditional medicines. There is now significant and growing demand of these products in the international markets. This can be seen through the sharp rise in export of these products in the recent years. In 2021 alone, India exported herbal medicines worth over $1.5 billion. The WHO is also working to set up its global center for traditional medicines in India. Can we think of more ways to popularize our traditional medicines in the line with global requirements, scientific standards, and best manufacturing practices? Friends, I invite you all, ideate in India, innovate in India, make in India, and make for the world. Discover your true strengths and serve the world. We have the talent, resources, and ecosystem required for innovation and enterprise. Our rapid strides, our spirit of innovation, and the scale of our achievements in the pharma sector have been noticed by the world. This is the best time to move forward and scale new heights. I assure global and domestic industry leaders and stakeholders that India is committed to enhance the ecosystem for innovation. May this summit serve as a flagship event to strengthen the Indian pharmaceutical industry position in R&D and innovation. I once again congratulate the organizers and wish the deliberations during this two-day summit will be fruitful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your highly inspiring words. We are truly honored by your presence, and we once again thank you for inaugurating the first Global Innovation Summit. Thank you to all. Namaskar. Request our audience to stay online as we are starting the next session in less than 60 seconds. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, request our audience to please stay online as we will be starting at sharp 5 p.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now begin our first interesting and important session on policy thrust for innovation. Policy measures and actions have played an important role in increasing attention in India to research and development and innovation, which almost accounts for more than two-thirds of the global pharmaceutical opportunities. With this, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our first speaker for this session, Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. Secretary, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Srividya. I would like to start by congratulating the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and the industry for taking this initiative to organize the first global summit, which has got off to a rousing start with the highly inspiring address that we just heard from the Honorable Prime Minister of India. I'm also honored because I get to join in this session with two of the stalwarts in India who are leading this entire transformation, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, and Dr. Paul, Member Health in NITI Aayog. This summit is aligned with the commitment of the government to promote Indian pharmaceuticals as a globally competitive sector, to ensure access, quality, and affordability of medicines in domestic and global markets. This will be a mantra that I will be referring to throughout my talk with you. Now, one of the key policy measures to achieve this objective is certainly to increase attention in India to research and development and innovation, which accounts for two-thirds of the global pharmaceutical opportunity, a point that has been mentioned by Shri Pankaj Bhai Patel in his opening address. Government of India has taken several measures to support research and promote innovation in this sector. In this session, I would like to address two issues. Why has innovation become so important right now for the pharmaceutical sector? And two, what makes policy intervention necessary in this field? If one takes a quick review of the pharmaceutical industry, its role in driving better health outcomes across the world by being a large and reliable supplier of affordable, good quality generic drugs is quite clear. India has helped improve access by supplying about 22% of generics worldwide, by being the second largest exporter of Ayurveda and alternative medicines in the world. And the industry's contribution has become even more prominent in 2020 and 2021 as India has supported the global battle against the COVID-19 pandemic by managing to maintain drug supplies to almost 200 countries, even during the darkest days of the pandemic. Now, new opportunities are opening up in biologics and biosimilars. The global biosimilar market opportunity is expected to grow to something like $70 billion over the next 5 to 6 years. In India, there are already about 100 biosimilars approved till last year, and a vibrant biopharmaceutical industry reports another 40 plus biosimilars are at various stages of development. We saw in the last couple of years Indian industry coming forward to manufacture biospecific antibodies, ADCs, MABs. Also, the vaccine sector. In India, with its proven capacity for manufacturing at scale, catering, as has been mentioned, about 60% of the global demand of the UNICEF, that has also benefited by talented vaccine developers that have been at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19. The role of ICMR and BIRAC supporting vaccine candidates in India over multiple platforms has been unprecedented. And I'm sure Dr. Paul, who led much of this effort, and Dr. Vijay Raghavan will no doubt share their insights from this journey. From the industry perspective, I would say that the pandemic brought into the forefront the role of innovation in expanding scale, access, and affordability of healthcare products, not only pharmaceuticals, but also medical supplies, medical equipment. The role of innovation in providing vaccines we have seen and medical supplies at scale and of quality that can work in countries at different stages of development has become quite important. We saw the repurposing of drugs. We saw the reconfiguration of supply chains. All of this has been critical to the management of the pandemic. The high public attention to drug development, vaccine development, the proliferation of personalized medical devices, all of this has brought discussion on issues relating to efficacy of medicines, patient safety, therapeutic outcomes, from the laboratories and research institutions to the living rooms. On the other side, the increased spending on healthcare globally the last couple of years, the growing size of the Indian middle class over the last decade, the change in disease profiles, not just in the advanced economies, but also in developing countries. In India, the commitment to universal healthcare, the thrust to schemes like Pradhan Mantri, Ayush Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, they have also created a upward demand trajectory for the pharma and medical technology sectors. So we are witnessing an inflection point where we need to match industry effort to patient needs while remaining wedded to the mantras of access, affordability, and quality. Capture these opportunities, I do believe, the pharmaceutical sector in India would have to move out of its comfort zone and adopt innovation as a driving feature of its business strategies. Industry would have to focus on drug delivery, drug development, research, and not just on production volumes and costs. Process innovation through greater automation, digital processes, green manufacturing will also become more critical in production efficiency. We already are seeing the move from batch processing to continuous processing. The use of AI and ML, data analytics, NLP in clinical functions in research cycle will also see greater convergence between IT and healthcare sector. So successful innovation on all these fronts, I believe, will need cross-sectoral energy. In this context, the Indian pharmaceutical sector, of course, is well poised to work towards the vision of innovate in India, discover in India, and build a strong ecosystem in the industry for healthcare innovation, leveraging an already strong domestic manufacturing capacity, strong financial capacity, export experience, and depth of technical capabilities. In fact, the sustained growth and expansion of the pharmaceutical sector from out of India at the global level will now rest predominantly in its ability to capture the value of innovation. I am sure that Dr. PSA will also speak on this aspect. However, I would now move to the second question. Why is policy intervention necessary? And I could ask, what kind of policies are needed? I would say the answer lies as to why policy intervention is required in three aspects of the pharma sector, three or four in fact. One, as you know, this sector is one of the most highly regulated sector. Research into new products is regulated across the entire cycle from conceptualization, trial design, preclinical studies, post-release pharmacovigilance. There is a huge regulatory overburden. Second, the cost, time, and effort needed in developing new molecules, new chemical entities, new biologics are quite immense. And three, the public health benefits of developing higher availability of more affordable and efficacious medicines are very significant. So this is innovation in the pharma sector is almost like a public good. The fourth aspect I would say, which is also perhaps characteristic in the Indian sector, is that public research in pharma sector is dispersed across a large number of research institutions working under various departments like the CSIR, the departments of biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, and health research. So convergence and collaboration also needs a policy push. Government has been taken measures to address these issues from time to time, and industries has been a very active and very vibrant stakeholder in these measures. Now formalizing and expanding on these various initiatives taken from time to time, the Department of Pharmaceuticals has released recently in late October, as mentioned by Honorable Prime Minister in his inaugural address, a draft discussion paper on the policy to catalyze R&D and innovation in the pharma medtech sector in India. And I do believe that this policy tries to address the aspects that I have just mentioned, which are essential to achieving large-scale R&D spending and innovation-driven growth in pharmaceuticals. The policy aims to create an ecosystem approach for innovation in this sector so that India can aspire to become a leader in drug discovery and also in innovative medical devices, to incubating an entrepreneurial environment. As I mentioned, this in turn has a larger global good attached to it because it will contribute to the global attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal 03 and the specific target 3.8, which is access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines for all. I will touch upon the policy itself for just about 5 minutes now. One is it focuses on three main pillars on which it will be propelled. The first is strengthening the regulatory framework. Second is to incentivize investments into the pharma sector for innovation. And the third is to create a facilitatory and collaborative ecosystem for innovation. A few words on each of them. The first, as I mentioned, is to create a regulatory environment that facilitates innovation in product development, expanding the traditional regulatory objectives of safety and quality. Currently, there is no differentiation in favor of innovation. That is perhaps necessary if we are to enable industry to take the risk and come forward with products that would serve public health goals more efficiently. To ensure this kind of a regulatory bias in favor of innovation, we have suggested in the policy 4 lines of action. One would be process optimization, requiring all the regulators to work together so as to reduce the process overlapping, establish timelines for requisite approvals, reduce the compliance burden. The second would be to have a technology-based single end-to-end digital portal or platform that can be used by different regulators and will offer a single interface between innovator and regulator. It could be developed being equipped with automated transfer of data across agencies, artificial intelligence-backed dossier review, efficiency identification using NLP, and well-managed document and workflows. Both these policy prescriptions are aimed to bring transparency, timeliness, and predictability in processes and outcomes around regulation and thus support the thrust towards innovation. I'm happy to report that the Health Ministry, which has the drug regulator under their jurisdiction, has already initiated regulatory streamlining along these lines. And during the course of this summit, I think we will hear more from them on this. A couple of other components that we have suggested in the policy for regulatory strengthening or facilitation is to improve the existing institutional capacity to enable regulators to deal with innovative products, whether in biopharmaceuticals, whether in high-end medical devices, so that they can help add value to the entire regulatory process of innovative products rather than create challenges. There is also a pricing issue involved in introduction of regulatory innovative products. So the policy also suggests that the National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority should be supported to develop greater expertise in pricing of new innovative products while pursuing affordability as the overall objective. And finally, I think on the regulatory front, a review of the multiple regulatory legislations which impact R&D in pharmaceuticals is also necessary so that inconsistencies and redundancies can be removed. The second pillar or second focus area of this policy is to incentivize private and public investments in innovation through a mix of fiscal and non-fiscal measures, thereby matching risk with remunerative financing options. Already in a very direct mode of support to the industry, the production linked scheme has been launched with an outlay of about $2 billion, which specifically targets innovative products beyond the generic space and looks to improve our manufacturing capabilities in biopharmaceuticals, gene and cell therapy, orphan drugs, phytopharmaceuticals, excipients, complex generics, etc. But there is a need to enhance overall funding and support for private investment in innovation, which is currently significantly lower as compared to leading hubs globally. And this is necessary because there is a long gestation period, there is technological and regulatory complexity and external uncertainties associated with the research in pharmaceuticals. So the policy lays down various options of providing both fiscal and non-fiscal incentives by introduction of tax regimes, indirect funding support to R&D spending by industry, specific support to SMEs and entrepreneurs to innovate, building synergy across existing funds, such as the National Research Fund, which is headed up by our Principal Scientific Advisor, and Biotech Innovation Fund, creating dedicated seed capital funds, and exploring the options for listing innovation funds. So there is a large menu of options that have been identified in the draft policy and which will be built upon as we go forward. The third pillar of the policy, and which I believe is one of the key areas of work in policy, is the need to build enabling ecosystem which is designed to support innovation and cross-sectoral research as a strong institutional foundation for sustainable innovation in the pharmaceutical sector. I already mentioned that there are a large number of institutions working on pharmaceutical research, and these need to be supported with a wider ecosystem that systematically recognizes, facilitates, and rewards collaboration. Countries that have done so are reaping the market benefits and rewards of innovation. So building such a institutional ecosystem will also help to create a balance of equity with efficiency motivations. So that will align both the market and the societal forces towards the goal of universal healthcare. So here, once again, I would like to emphasize that there is a strong role for public research institutions to provide that kind of a balance and that kind of a depth to research and innovation in the pharmaceutical sector. Already, we have an interdepartmental committee that tries to bring together the research that is being done by different research institutions spread across various departments. This committee has recently endorsed a proposal to undertake a drug discovery mission on a collaborative mode across public research institutions. It has also blessed the decision of going forward with a focused research program through the NIPERS. And I do believe that this will go further because the policy now looks at three important components in building this ecosystem. One is strengthening academia and industry linkage. There is a lot of potential for industry participation in modernizing curriculum so that you can prepare manpower to navigate, if not lead, the technology changes in research, in improving the accountability and governance of public research institutions. There is possibly an option here to design a policy to encourage academicians to move into entrepreneurship, and to encourage young people who come into research to also explore their entrepreneurial capabilities. The other institutional or structural mechanism that is suggested by the policy is setting up of an interdepartmental research council on pharma and medtech as a very agile and slim structure, which will focus on resource optimization, on creation of observatory for R&D prioritization, leading drug discovery mission as a multi-institutional initiative, public and private partnership, and supporting individual research institutions in excellence in selected disease areas, including neglected diseases and tropical diseases. So these, we do believe, this huge gamut of policy interventions that are covered in the policy that is out there for comments, and we have already received considerable support from the industry, would help to transform this industry from its current strengths to an entirely quantum leap into an innovation-driven industry with greater global and domestic impact, with the overall, as I said, overarching goals of the SDG 03 and ensuring affordable, quality, reliable medicines to all. I think the challenges faced globally during the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021 have generated insights that growth must also serve in the pharma sector, must also serve the aims to assure drug security, diversify supply chains, increase access, and meet healthcare needs at scale. Whereas other support, in the form of regulations, financing, manufacturing infrastructure, skilled manpower, cross-border cooperation will no doubt be necessary for achieving these multiple objectives. This summit will, I hope, serve to show that innovation and research will be foundational to sustaining the attainment of these objectives. We look forward to inputs from all participants. Of course, I look forward to hearing the wisdom of speakers in this session on how we can build a very robust policy landscape that will facilitate industry to meet these public health objectives. Thank you, Srividya.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a detailed insight on the upcoming R&D policy. With that, moving to our next speaker for this session, may I now invite Professor Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, to share his thoughts with us. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Srividya. It was absolutely terrific listening to Srimati Aparna, our Secretary of Pharmaceuticals, for her extraordinary insight and detailed coverage of the regulation and policy sector, and linking that so well to R&D. I really, cannot add anything more, and I should not be reiterating what she says. Let me try and cover some points which are complementary, even though that's difficult. Now, over the last few decades, the Indian pharma industry has evolved to become a major facet of our healthcare ecosystem. It's moved from being an importer to a manufacturer and now into a developer of pharma in multiple ways. And it has done this against extraordinary global odds. The global odds can be seen just by looking at the extent of R&D investment each of the big pharma companies make. And each of them, the big ones make more investment than the entire US National Science Foundation. So it is against these odds that innovation has taken place. Now, on the back of these strong capabilities, our need now is to grab other kinds of opportunities and move forward. Now, here the context, what we need to do is something very important. How is it that our industry can be competitive as well as serve the country and the world in a situation where there are, big challenges in terms of the other providers all over the world? The answer to that comes in significant part through the change ecosystem where life sciences has evolved in two different ways. In one way, we have learned and developed new technologies which can allow the manufacturing of different kinds of drugs, both biotech as well as chemistry interfaces. And these have come across because of our advances in computing power. So designer drugs of various kinds can rapidly be, laid out and tested and thrown away if they don't work. So the progress of drug discovery has moved on very rapidly. And the other is that the understanding and use of biotech has increased exponentially. And there too, the interface between biology and computer-aided design of drugs and molecules have taken place, have moved ahead very rapidly. In both these, that is both chemistry and biology, and also the interface with IT, India has done really well in developing huge capacity. So India has the ability now to move into new kinds of drug development, both in biologics, biosimilars, new kinds of therapies using biological molecules, and new kinds of chemistry relatively rapidly. So that is one aspect. The other aspect which has changed, and which is a rather big challenge, has two parts. One part is that our understanding of human biology through profiling of people, their genetic susceptibility, their environmental interactions, and the way their bodies react to different drugs means that we can now have the opportunity of delivering personalized medicine to people. The problem always has been you can do that, but it's very expensive and the delivery systems are difficult. Here too, India's digital capability through the National Digital Health Mission in being able to have people identified and the digital records available after full protection allows us to look at drugs and their effects on individual, feedback that information, and come back to use drugs which are most effective. This is going to be a game changer. And so far, Indian drugs and pharmaceuticals have looked at a niche Indian market and global markets substantially because of generics or low value products of various kinds. This will now allow them to move into high value products which can be delivered logistically to the right people very speedily. Now, for this kind of development to grow in India, we need an expansion of the fundamental research ecosystem and link that to industry and startups. There are two important components which policy now has addressed and will open up the doors. One is academia industry collaboration of various kinds, and also facilitating our scientists, our researchers and institutions to start companies and become entrepreneurs themselves. These two aspects are going to be very important game changers as we go ahead. Ms. Aparna has also mentioned about the regulatory changes on the anvil. Those will also smoothen regulatory processes without compromising quality. All too often over the last few decades, regulatory hoops have been developed not so much to improve regulation alone, that has been there, of course, in many instances, but also the wrong assumption that more regulation somehow improves the quality of regulation. Now, the pandemic has allowed a re-examination of that, and we need to go to a situation where highest quality regulation, safety, privacy, rigor in science are combined with speed, and that is eminently feasible. Now, the synergy between industry and academia is an area which the COVID-19 pandemic has enhanced and shown really well in India, and we're going to see more of that happening. We've seen that in developing test kits and vaccines and PPE and so on. It's now time to embed this interaction on a scale so that new developments and research can go at a high level. This addresses the other point which I made, that when there are big investors in R&D, the risk in investing by Indian industry needs to invest more, but that risk has to be mitigated, and that risk can be mitigated by academia industry partnership. So I would like to end by saying that India is playing at scale in the innovation space, and this will not only help the country, but will create a source of sustainable revenues, bringing new solutions to unmet healthcare needs. India in this would lead not only in the creation of new high-skilled jobs, but also reducing disease burden here and all over the world, such as the development of drugs for both India-specific concerns, such as tuberculosis and leprosy, which do not get global attention, and also for lifestyle diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. Affordable innovation is the way forward, and India has a unique opportunity to deliver to global markets by building excellence across the innovation chain from discovery to development. So we are kept from our goals not by obstacles, but by a clear path to a lesser goal. And therefore, we must use this quote, which is from the Gita, to actually ensure that the lesser goal has been achieved by us now. It's now time to reach for greater goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhagwan. Thank you so much for the very insightful remarks on this. With this, next, may I please request Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog, to share his thoughts on this subject. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Srividya. My distinguished colleagues, Ms. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, and Dr. Vijay Raghavan, our distinguished Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and distinguished colleagues on this conference, virtual conference. I first and foremost like to congratulate the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance for this event, very well thought out event. And there could not have been a better way to start such a big initiative in terms of its future implications in the immediate future than to have the Honorable Prime Minister to set the stage with his guidance, with his directions, and with his blessings. Secretary of Pharmaceuticals has highlighted in a significant detail the emerging contours of the draft policy related to the pharma and medtech sector. It's work in progress, and we're looking forward to a policy framework which is industry friendly, people friendly, as well as innovation and science friendly. I like to add to this one or two other policy strands which are currently in existence and are of relevant by way of information, at least in today's for today's audience. Firstly, we've been making conscious efforts in fostering innovation research and building and strengthening innovation ecosystem in other departments, such as the Department of Biotechnology and the Department of Science and Technology and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Apart from the relatively independent, autonomous ecosystem of our academia. The Make in India and Startup India programs, amongst others, are also policy levers moving forward with the mission that we are discussing today. We also would like to highlight that the Department of Biotechnology has the National Biopharma Mission. It also has Mission COVID Suraksha, which came so handy, and so it turned out to be such a great catalyst and a facilitator for the COVID vaccine and COVID science and technology journeys is still in existence, and there are opportunities out there. You may also be aware that there is a National Biotechnology Development Strategy 2021-25, which is also which would also be one of the catalysts for change as we move forward. The Science, Technology and Innovation Policy STIP 2020 also aims to achieve technological self-reliance and to position India among the top 3 scientific superpowers in the decade to come and chart out pathways to attract, nurture, strengthen, and retain critical human capital through people-centric science, technology, and innovation. And aims to double the number of full-time equivalent researchers every 5 years. And there is therefore a huge push for the potential science and technology expertise within the country. I would like to very much appreciate the effort of Department of Pharmaceuticals in the upcoming policy to catalyze research and development and innovation in the pharma medtech sector in India. Full support and absolutely a great opportunity for our nation to transform the R&D landscape of pharma and medtech research. I may also like to add here that at NITI Aayog, we are working on a research-linked incentive scheme, which would incentivize risk-taking for discovery and translation of new drugs, biologics, vaccines, and other moonshot areas. For moonshot areas where risk is very important, we would like to support by way of, we would like to propose to support by way of weighted tax deductions using the research, using the productivity linked incentive paradigm in this regard. So you would appreciate that we are going through to look at multiple pathways to support research and development, and of course, manufacturing by way of PLI scheme and mega parks and so on and so forth. All this should come handy. And also, if there are other ideas related to this and beyond, this summit would be a great opportunity to churn them and to present to the nation and the government in this regard. I'd now like to highlight 4 points by way of practical considerations and imperatives for the consideration of the audience. Firstly, in order to move in this journey, it is very evident that we have to be willing to take risk. We have been too cozy as industry in not taking risk. As Dr. Vijay Raghavan said and Madam Aparna highlighted, our previous journey met the objectives of the times in a very big way and served the world and the nation. But going forward, the future could actually be bleak if we don't now make the right turn in the right direction by way of being discoverers of solutions and discoverers of drugs and medicines and biotechnologies. This would mean that the industry should be ready to take risk. And above all, this is a mindset issue. But here we are seeing strands of how the government can be helpful in partnering with the private sector and the industry to take the way forward. So the first message is we should go loud and clear from this summit. India's industry shall take risk, shall be ready to take risk. I am told by esteemed colleagues such as Dr. Vijay Raghavan that the failure rate is 90% in such journeys, particularly pharmaceuticals. And therefore, that level of failure has to be accepted as success, truly a success in a larger context. And that is the first very important imperative. The second imperative is that as we move in the direction of discovery, research, and early development pathways, we will have to be methodologically very, very rigorous. And I'm mentioning this particularly in the context of not only the laboratory and early clinical stage development, which is one area, but also beyond that, the clinical studies. And here I want to bring forth to you a sad fact that some of the drugs that were trialed during the COVID phase actually were so poorly, supported by sample size. They were sub-size trials. Whether they worked or not worked, it is not important. But some of the drugs that we had in the country undergoing trials was so poorly conducted. And I had a chance to look at the results and the methodologies that really, it was really below par. It is not acceptable. We may like to see in the same span of time, there were high quality studies. I refer to the plasma study, for example, in COVID-19 done by India and multiple sites in multiple hospitals in the country. I'm also referring to other drugs where the sample sizes and they were multi-site study, which added gravitas and the knowledge worth of the study. At the same time, we are proud of seeing vaccine trials of the highest order. The vaccine trials encompass 25,000 subjects, 28,000 subjects in the phase 3 and a few thousand in earlier phases. But some of the drug trials were as subsized as 150, less than 100, 200, and obviously there could be a hype, but there would not have been scientific acceptance. So I want us to be ready to take a tough path, which the vaccine industry, vaccine manufacturers have shown even in the toughest of the pandemic days, the research on vaccines went forth. And therefore, I do agree with the previous speakers that the COVID-19 vaccine story has lessons, and there are inspiring strands that we need to build on. We also had thought that perhaps we will find a drug against corona earlier than the vaccine. It happened other way around. And I think partly it is to the fact that the methodologies were invested in. And I hope that going forward, this summit and IPA will resolve how high quality efforts have to be made. If we make substandard efforts, they don't lead anywhere. It's a waste of time and a waste of energy eventually. Uh, my next point is to highlight the fact that even as we can work with classical molecules, the real future and the leapfrogging that this nation can achieve is in the areas of what at NITI we like to call moonshot ideas, moonshot priorities, the complex generics, the gene-based therapies, the biosimilars, the regenerative medicine solutions, orphan drugs, and drugs that will offset the antimicrobial resistance. It's very close to my heart. Like to see breakthroughs in the field of AMR, which is a silent pandemic much larger than the COVID-19 pandemic, and it lasts much longer in times to come. And here we would also very much like to add the traditional and Ayurveda medicines. So I think prioritizing in these directions, apart from the priorities such as tuberculosis and classical, areas such as tuberculosis and malaria and so on, would be the way forward. We can leapfrog here because we can still catch up with the growth and the scientific trajectory that is prevailing in the world today. And indeed, our investment in this area, if they are not made today, we would be left behind, and we may be begging these solutions at a high cost when the needs of such a large nation may become urgent in, God forbid, in near future. My next point, the second last point, is that it's very critical, as you have heard from my distinguished colleague, academia industry collaboration has to be there in this journey. And we have had a modest record in this regard. And in particular, a person like me who has come from a clinical medicine institution and background, I can say with reasonable honesty that, look, the interface with industry by credible clinical or medical sciences institutions, the mechanisms really do not exist. We are wary of these arrangements. We are wary of the conflicts of interest. We are wary of the non-transparent processes that might come up at some point in time. So in order to pave way for strong academia and industry collaboration in the space of clinical trials, I'm not necessarily saying this in the field of early discovery stage where the paradigm may be different. We will have to build new mechanism which are based on trust. For example, it is quite okay to have an IIT professor discovering a medicine to have a company become a startup. But when you say this by a cardiologist who is helped discover and trial a medicine, then the conflict of interest is of a different kind, because you may be seen as promoting something which is not really necessarily seen to be transparent. So it's a new challenge as a part of that overall overall endeavor, the clinical interface with industry has been under a scanner, and we'll have to create pathways to strengthen this, because high quality studies should not be done in the 20 nursing homes with small sample sizes, just listed here and there. They need to be done in institutions of credible scientific worth. And when we need these arrangements to be made there, the funding mechanisms have to be such that the conflicts don't arise and the industry actually does not interfere with the process of research and accepts the results, whether they are positive or negative. So I'm flagging this issue because I have been associated with this kind of a work from very, very close quarters. My last intervention of practical importance, I believe, is to be able to prepare high quality clinical trial researchers in the domain of Ayurveda and Ayush systems. What I mean by this is that clinical studies, epidemiological studies, biomedical studies have a method to them. There are scientific important considerations. The rules of the game are very evident. If you want to pass through a particular product to be accepted by everybody, to become a mainstream product with a high value publication in the best journals possible, best mainstream journals, then the methodological rigor that we apply to say to other drugs, molnupiravir or whatever, has to be also applied to the molecules of interest of coming from other disciplines. But there, to me, the very important challenge is the capacity to conduct high quality studies and the capacity of designing these clinical studies, the randomized controlled trials, the blinding of the studies, ample sample sizes. Again, sample sizes become an issue in some of these studies when they come up as evidence. Um, um, measurement of outcomes, systematic blinded measurement of outcomes, high quality analysis, high quality avoidance of a plethora of biases which color the results of the studies. So I plead here to seek your guidance, and Neeti would be very keen to create to capacity in the area of research, clinical trials in particular, among the experts from the Ayush background. And we can work together that when they conduct studies, the studies should be fully funded, studies should be of the sample sizes that make the difference, that are decisive, and there is a rigor of the highest kind, highest level uh, for these studies, as also for every other R&D work that you would do as a way of the mission that we are unleashing today. Before I stop, Madam Aparna mentioned there are lessons from the COVID journey for vaccination development, and they can be summarized in very few bullet points. The journey was associated with risk-taking behavior, decision to take risk. The government took risk supporting candidate vaccines and candidate manufacturers, and the industry took clear risks for something which may or may not have succeeded. And we know that there is a list of unsuccessful vaccine candidates across the nation, across the world. Number two, investments were made. Investments have been made by the government and by the industry, more so by the industry. Regulatory pathways were eased and facilitated. It's the third element. But the fourth bullet is the most important from the vintage point where, some of us had the opportunity to be in. Trust, dialogue, bonding, connect, shared journey, shared purpose, and above all, the blessing of the highest in the nation. Clear cut guidance, direction, support from the government on a daily basis. Now you have that support. The Honorable Prime Minister has given a clarion call today. And these other elements are critical for us to make a difference apart from the right methods, right investments, right choice of the areas where we wish to work, and making the best of the present and the emerging, even more aspirational uh, regulatory and a policy environment that we hope will be there very, very soon, even more so from what we have seen till date. Looking forward to the formalization and institutionalization of the R&D and innovation pharma medtech sector policy very, very soon. And that I believe will be an inflection point and an opportunity to harness. Thank you, IPA, for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Discover in India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul, for such an detailed insight and the guidance for the industry. Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of our first session on Policy Trust for Innovation. I would like to thank Aparna ma'am, Professor Raghavan, and Dr. Paul for joining us today. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to our next session, which is on the global best practices for driving innovation at scale. The pharmaceutical sector is one sector that has felt this transformation in research and development and innovation over the past few years, and will start to feel it in the other divisions, over the next decade. These will be fueled by new technologies, changing disease burden, and other forces. To react to these changes, it is important to stay updated with the pulse of the changing innovative industry, and nothing is best than learning from our global peers. Today we have Mr. Jake Henry, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, co-leader of McKinsey's Global Life Sciences practice. Jake will take us through the highly evolving global best practices that will help in driving innovation at scale. Jake, over to you.
Thank you so much for having me today. It's so wonderful to be with all of you, my colleagues here at the Indian Pharma Alliance. And I hope you're all doing well through the course of COVID. My last trip overseas actually was to India right before the pandemic began. And I can't wait to be with all of you again. Wish we could all be in person. I thought I might start off with a little bit of pop quiz if you go to the next page, just to get all of your intellect fired up here. So if you would please flip to the next page for me. The question I have for you is, if you consider the impact on life expectancy of the, one more for me. If you consider the impact on life expectancy of the past many decades, the question is, in the last 100 years, how did life expectancy change? So take a second and hold up one of your numbers in your room or wherever you're watching. Did it go up 30%, 50%? Did it double, or does it depend upon what you mean by quote unquote life? The amazing thing is, if you flip forward to give us the answer, if you look at the pace of life expectancy change over the last 100 years, for many, many years, including from 0 BC all the way straight through 1900, we actually saw very little change in life expectancy. In fact, if you look at the chart that we can see here, in developed markets, we improved from 22 years to 46 years for over that 1900-year span, and then exceeded that level of change to go from 46 to actually 78 years in life expectancy between 1900 and 2000. In developing markets, that was even more profound in that 100-year time frame, moving from 26 to 64. Clearly, the impact of our industry has been profound. We are now living twice as long as we have only 100 years ago. Now, there are many advances, of course, if you continue to advance the slides for me. There are many advances that have led to that. And of course, nutrition played a fundamental role. The pharmaceutical industry played a fundamental role. The rising adoption of modern medicine clearly had a dramatic impact. But really, it's been the life sciences sector that has driven this overall level of innovation. And the impact on human life has just been profound. If we look just at two types of cancer, ovarian cancer and bowel cancer, even the innovations in the last decade have been absolutely incredible. We've seen over a 40% improvement in ovarian cancer outcomes in that time frame. We will see a similar effect if we look at bowel cancer. And I'm sure as we consider all of our own families, many of us have been affected, and the impact of innovation in our industry has been profound on human life. So why be excited today? I thought if I could move you continuously through this to the next page, please. There's 4 trends that will continue to propel innovation forward, and I'll touch on each of them. Our industry faces a rising disease burden, which gives us incredible opportunity to innovate. There are incredible new technologies that are proliferating, both in the core aspects of biology, as many of the previous speakers have mentioned, but also in the supporting infrastructure that will allow us to be able to go to another level. We have seen, in addition, an extreme amount of funding come into our area, and I'll show you some of the statistics on this, which mean that capital is aplenty, and there is a lot to fuel the innovation in the industry. And the ecosystem of players that have come into the industry to be able to enable the accelerated pace of innovation is growing. And that creates an enormous amount of excitement in biopharma and an enormous amount of potential for India as a geography and a region and as a country to be able to lead. And hearing the commitment of the Honorable Prime Minister and the commitment of the Secretary of Pharmaceuticals to that advancement is absolutely inspirational. So let me highlight a few of the opportunities on that front, if you'll advance the page for me. The first thing to realize is that with the expansion of this life expectancy, disease burden continues to grow, but there's a profound shift in the underlying disease burden that is much more now age-related. And if we look at the areas that have the most profound need, we see areas like diabetes, which of course is a major concern in your own geography, but also growth of areas like neurological disorders, of course, cancers, cardiovascular disease, many of these lifestyle-related diseases that offer us quite a bit of opportunity. And we see that the disease burden in many of the older diseases that come along with civilization development in areas like maternal health and in areas such as infectious disease and HIV/AIDS, have been more addressed than they have in the past. And of course, the overall level of disease burden in those areas will in fact actually decline in the coming years, a tribute to modern medicine and in particular to our industry. Flip the page for me, please. With that, of course, though, on the other side, as we've seen people living longer, they're not necessarily living healthier. In fact, if you look across the various geographies that we've studied, we actually see that less than half of that increase in life expectancy in the last several years is actually what we would consider high quality life, and that many of our aging colleagues and aging relatives actually don't experience the same level of enjoyment at that time. So as our population ages, we do need to continue to ensure that evolution and that increase in expectancy is commensurate with a prolonged experience of life, which gives us tremendous opportunity as an industry to continue to evolve. Now, if you keep going forward for me, again, it is a tremendously exciting time to be in our industry. And many of the previous speakers have referred to the shift in the underlying understanding of biology. And we can only, of course, celebrate what we've done from a vaccine perspective in the last several years here in addressing the pandemic and the propagation of the vaccine technologies that will continue to grow. But of course, we're very excited about some of the new omics, some of the new molecular technologies that will enable the shift towards personalized medicine, the prospects of CRISPR, the cell therapy and regenerative medicine ideas that will come across with technologies like CAR-T, with gene editing, will allow us a new level of biological advancement that will truly be exciting in the industry. That will also be enabled by a number of the other techniques, quantum computing, advanced the advanced surgical procedures, the artificial intelligence, all of these enabling technologies will allow us to get to another level of impact on the life sciences world. And so with those different technologies, we can't be more excited about the direction that it's going in. You can already see, if you flip forward a page for me, that there is a dramatic shift in the pipeline of innovation in our industry. In fact, now today, if you take the entirety of the pharmaceutical industry, over 40% of pipelines have shifted to the new innovative therapies that we just discussed. In fact, almost 15% are now in what we would characterize as this third wave of innovation, which is related to the biorevolution, with areas like CAR T-cell therapy, stem cell therapy, gene therapy, and RNA-based therapeutics. With that shift, of course, will come dramatic innovation in our industry. Now, that innovation is also being fueled by a level of funding, which we've never seen before in this industry, if you continue forward for me. And so here are just three simple measures of the funding that we are seeing. On the left is VC funding, where we've seen almost a 50% increase to almost $37 billion worth of VC funding flowing into the biotech industry. In the middle, if you look at deals, we've seen over $170 billion worth of transactions, which are larger companies investing in bringing the technologies that smaller companies are inventing into the commercialization sphere. And then on the far side, you see the level of new IPOs, where we've seen almost a 200% rise. So early stage companies accessing capital through the public markets, where we've seen over $34 billion worth of funding flow into these early stage companies. And there have been nearly 1,000 new biotechs formed even in the last year, which is a spectacular amount. Many said about 5 years ago that the biorevolution was over, and I think what these statistics tend to show us is the biotech revolution is in fact just beginning. If you flip forward one more for me, just thinking about the expansion of the ecosystem that this has brought along. Now, this chart shows you the launches by year that are projected, that have taken place over the past several years by the experience of the companies. And what you can see is that almost 40% of new launches now are being conducted by companies that have never launched a product before or are on their second or third launch, which just speaks to the groundswell of innovation that is happening in our industry. So it is a spectacular time for India to be considering what can happen in the life sciences sector by harnessing the technology, bringing the capital, and embracing the entrepreneurship that can bring our industry to the next level of performance. So let me shift in topics, if I can, from there to what it actually takes to build a vibrant innovation ecosystem. And it was really impressive and amazing to hear the commitment of all the different government ministers, to hear the commitment of so many esteemed doctors and inventors and entrepreneurs to upping India's game overall. And I thought we might be able to share a few best practices if we could. So flipping forward to the next page here, we were able to, as McKinsey, to spend some time looking at the different clusters that drive the bulk of research in the landscape of life sciences. And of course, you're all familiar with where these clusters exist, be it the London and Oxford and Cambridge cluster, or what we see in the Bay Area, or what's been going on in Boston over here in the States, certainly Israel and Switzerland, Singapore being one that will draw a lot of inspiration from through the course of this discussion. And of course, what's happened in Japan and China closer to your region. Each of these clusters has been able to create an ecosystem of innovation that is propelling forward the biotech and biopharma sphere. And so what we did is try to characterize what the different building blocks, if you'll advance one page for me, and what has made these different clusters successful. And we'll highlight 5. The first is an enabling regulatory and policy landscape. The second is the funding and having a robust funding support base. The third is the research talent pool, which many of my previous speakers have referenced. And the fourth is the high quality research by the anchor institutions that are collaborating with industry. I was very happy to hear those themes brought out by the prior speakers. And the fifth being the high quality infrastructure that makes it easy for these for this ecosystem to emerge and grow and develop. So let's click through each of those if we can, starting with this idea around the enabling regulatory environment. And there's really three things at the end of the day that we've seen here. The first is just the clarity and consistency of a high quality review process. And it was really encouraging to hear before from Dr. Aparna the idea that the government was moving towards a much more transparent regulatory process. And that truly is what the other geographies have shown us. The US has very detailed guidelines, has pre-post approval meetings, a very consistent panel of experts in each of the therapeutic areas that enable that transparent process. Israel has a very similar approach. You know, in the USA alone, there's over 600 defined guidelines and checklists. They're very transparent. You know, the quality of the experts that are reviewing the applications is very high. And we've gone to great extents in particular to streamline that regulatory environment and make sure that it is you know, something that the industry feels that it can navigate. The second is this idea of timely approvals. And if you look at some geographies that have moved on this front, Japan has been quite strong in what they've done in particular, and they've used augmented capacity in their system to be able to get to another level. In fact, they now expanded their evaluation team by nearly 2x to be able to bring down the time that it takes to review an application by 2.5 times. And as a result, the new drug approval timelines have fallen from 22 months to 10. So the first idea is an enabling regulatory and policy landscape. And it sounds from our prior speakers in particular, we'll get back to this in a couple of minutes, that India is well on its way on that front. The second idea, if you flip the page for me, is that the robust funding support must be in place. And that funding takes several forms: direct governmental funding, heavy private investment, and a vibrant VC and private equity environment that attracts external funding. And if you look at the actions of other geographies and what they've done to do it, you know, the US has done quite a bit, of course, on the direct government funding through the NIH and other agencies, which we're all aware of. But if you look at what other governments like the UK and Israel have done, they have created incentive for private industry to continue to invest. And they've done so with tax credits, the super tax deduction on R&D that the UK has in place, which can extend to up 230% for these small and mid-sized businesses, and 140% for others, provides an incentive for companies to continue to invest in R&D. Israel has also a similar incentive where 85% of qualified research expenses can be used in an R&D grants fashion through the Track 35 program. So real incentives in place for companies to continue to invest at high levels in R&D. You can also look to the VC environment and the ways that geographies like Israel and China have attracted external or used governmental funding to be able to advance the VC funding levels. And certainly if you look to Israel and the USMA initiative between 1993 and 1998, the government actually offered to provide 40% of the money that was required to create these combined funds. Now, over time, that mix, of course, has shifted more to the private sector as the ability to fund itself has been achieved. And China, of course, has created an enormous program around their BioCentury idea and has provided up to 50% of the capital that is available in the VC pool through governmental funding. So this funding environment is absolutely critical. Now, as we highlighted a few minutes ago, the good news is there's plenty of capital for us to be able to access. Continuing forward, let me talk about for a minute the strong research talent pool. And if you think about what the world faces in terms of the shortage of biologists, it's quite profound today. In fact, if we just total the number of biologists that are available in the U.S. and in Europe, we have only 15,000 PhD graduates that are entering the workforce on average every year, and that's PhDs in biology. There's over 30,000 job openings in the U.S. alone for biologists. And so the competition for this talent base is quite dramatic. And so being able to win that war for talent and to develop the talent base locally that is going to be required to fuel this is absolutely imperative. And we look to inspiration from other geographies again, and how you can develop these anchor institutes and attract experienced overseas talent and enhance the quality of local talent. And just to highlight a few, Singapore actually has used their National Science and Technology Review Board, or National Science and Technology Board, to recruit experienced foreign researchers. They provide 50% of the funding for relocation, for salaries, for postdocs, for postmasters fellowships, to be able to draw folks back in. And China, of course, has gone to great extents with their 1,000 Talents plan that has expanded the level of funding and has also now attracted over 250,000 Chinese researchers who are trained in geographies like the US and Europe back into China to be able to perform that. And certainly, the level of involvement of so many Indian researchers in these geographies is incredible, and it's now time to potentially bring them back home. Let me finish off by looking at the last two, if we can, on the next page here, the collaboration between academia and the industry and the high quality infrastructure requirements. And we would just point to three things: the policies to promote academic research, the platforms to bring academic research to market, and the vibrant ecosystem to promote plug and play and financing support and make it easy for these different entities to get off the ground. If you look at the academic research and the policies to support it, a lot of this comes down to IP protection. And in the US, we had the Bayh-Dole Act, which enabled researchers, even if they were leveraging government research, to be able to apply for IP protection. If you look at the inventors' laws that have been in place in Germany, a very similar outcome in terms of being able to enable a clear path for research to translate to IP. And then you can also look to other inspirations, such as what Singapore did with the Biopolis Research Hub, which was designed to attract top talent and has been so successful. If you look there, they have now 9 research institutes with over 2,000 researchers. They have 40 corporate research labs from Novartis, GSK, Merck, Abbott. All sorts of these corporations have decided to co-locate there. And they also, of course, have now 2 top 200 life sciences institutes in the NUS and the NTU that are bringing together the academic side with the industry. And all of that was created by creating a turnkey environment in the Biopolis, which made it easy. The Biopolis, which made it easy for these companies and the academicians to come together in a very vibrant and exciting area. So those are the 5 things that we see that are really required to be able to create an environment where biotech can flourish and take off. So I thought I might close then by offering on the next page here, if you would allow me, just a few reflections for India as you accelerate your progress on this innovation journey. And the first thing to highlight is how far you've come. And India has one of the most exciting life sciences industries on the globe. The first thing to say is you have over $40 billion now in US dollars in terms of sales from your Indian pharmaceutical sector, which is just an incredible statistic to think about if you think about the growth that has been achieved. You have over 20 companies now that have a market cap over $1 billion. And you were first in the number of US FDA approved plants outside the US with 665. You have a strong and established local industry that is making a very impressive improvement in terms of its impact on health. You've seen a 36% reduction in the disease burden in India as a result. You've seen a 37% enhancement in the access to affordable treatments, such as in the AIDS sphere. And you've also satisfied over 60% of the global vaccine demand pre-COVID, which is a pretty amazing impact that you've had on the broader landscape. That has created an enormous amount of economic contribution, over 2.7 million jobs in the industry in India, and over a $13 billion contribution to the Indian annual trade surplus in 2019. So India has a very vibrant life sciences industry upon which to build. If you move to the next page, at the same time, your challenge and your opportunity at this point is now to move from being the pharmacy of the world to being the innovation hub of the world. And if you look at where you are today, you've had an amazing set of impact on generics. You're increasing your impact on the incremental innovation in our industry, but you're not yet a powerhouse in terms of driving innovation and introducing new entities. And that is where we all have been saying that the opportunity lies, and the shift can have, and you will, by doing so, be able to continue to reduce disease burden. You'll create high-skilled, white-collar jobs, and you'll scale up your contribution to the Indian economy if you continue to pursue that route. So I thought we might close by offering you just 4 simple reflections as you continue to contemplate as an industry and a community on how you can continue on that path. The first is maintain the alignment that is clearly emerging in this group, and that alignment needs to be between the industries, the leaders, and many of the innovative aspects, between the policymakers, who has been really encouraging and inspiring already in this discussion to hear the commitment from the various policymakers to making this all happen. The funders that we described before to be able to bring the capital to be able to do it. And we draw a lot of inspiration from what we've seen in the NASSCOM Innovation Conclave on this front, which just demonstrates that this can be done in India in particular. And what NASSCOM has done with the launch of the AI Game Changers program to promote artificial intelligence, AI-led innovation in the country is truly inspirational. The partnership with Microsoft there has allowed these 2 groups to work closely to develop and promote the AI Game Changers program and to recognize innovators for their successful AI implementation. And you've also set up this Future Skills Prime initiative in partnership with MEDI to upskill talent in emerging technologies and cloud skills. And the program is going to reskill almost 2 million professionals and employees in the industry over a period of 5 years. And that just shows you what alignment can and commitment across these stakeholders can achieve. So just look to that group for inspiration, and let's make something similar happen here within our own life sciences sphere. The second thing to say to you is it's a crowded space, and it'll be really important that you understand and you figure out how India can actually differentiate itself within the broader landscape of biopharma. And the reason we say that is, we talked about the 1,000 biotechs earlier. We talked about the level of funding. We talked about what the top 20 to 50 pharmacos are doing in this space. And each of those companies also has a desire to continue to grow. And India, as it enters into this sphere, is going to have to figure out what it is going to do to be able to differentiate itself. You did so in generics in terms of being able to achieve a level of cost structure that no one else in the world could achieve. In this, it could be time to market, it could be the level of innovation, it could be the pace of innovation, it could be embracing new technologies like cell and gene therapy, and being able to become a powerhouse in an area like that. But I think it's going to be really critical to the success of this initiative to decide where it is that India will lead and recognize that this is a competitive sphere. The third to say is, tackle all the building blocks that we just discussed. If we could highlight 2, it was really encouraging, of course, to hear the commitment on the regulatory front and to hear Dr. Aparna talk about the various ways the government is going to address the transparency in that system. And that certainly is table stakes and super critical to your continued advancement. But the 2 that we would highlight would be the talent pool and the second being this idea of creating this industry, academia, and startup environment that will enable you to advance rapidly. And on the talent pool front, I mean, geez, India is a powerhouse with the different IIT organizations and universities that will produce talents, but truly getting to the next level and attracting more of your expats that have now trained outside of India back into the geography and creating an environment and an excitement amongst the researchers out there to be able to extend to the next level is an area I think that you can really spend some time considerably as a group figuring out how you can augment that talent base in a highly competitive world. And the last is this idea of how do you start with industry, academia, and the startups coming together. And we drew some inspiration in particular from what the TCS Coin or the Co-Innovation Network has done in creating this environment where an industry-led consortium came together with a whole set of academics, technocrats, venture capitalists, who will now co-fund, co-create, and develop unique ideas. There's over 300 VCs, 2,000 startups the TCS Coin network has brought together with 50 universities, 90 professors, and draw some inspiration from that as you figure out how you can get to started, but also look to the leaders in our own industry here to be able to play a leading role. And the last idea for you is just stay committed. It is going to be a multi-year long journey. You're going to have to take a phased approach in terms of how you approach it. But this is an environment in India that is just incredibly vibrant, and I could not be more excited to watch what you all do over the next many decades. So again, thank you for having me today. I look forward to continuing to be involved with IPA, and McKinsey is proud to be your longtime partner.
Thank you so much, Jake, for an insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now slip into a short break. We will be right back at 6:25 Indian Standard Time. Please do stay online for the next interesting session on the global experience sharing, accelerating innovation that matters. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving to another interesting session for the day, which will focus on how to accelerate innovation in key areas of pharmaceuticals. Our first esteemed speaker for this session today is Professor Robert Langer, David Koch Institute Professor, MIT. Professor Langer has written over 1,300 plus articles and has nearly 1,000 plus patents worldwide. Dr. Langer's patents have been licensed or sub-licensed to over 250 pharmaceutical, chemical, biotechnological, and medical device companies. Dr. Langer has received over 200 plus major awards. He is also one of the 5 living individuals to have received both the United States National Medal of Science and National Medal of Technology and Innovation. Without further ado, may I now invite Professor Robert Langer for his presentation. Professor, over to you.
MIT does a great deal, I think, to foster innovation. First, there's like good role models, and one of the things they have, which has been great, is the Undergraduate Research Opportunity Program, which is a terrific program. Almost all undergraduates participate in it. And this program is a terrific way for undergraduates to learn research, and it's part of what makes MIT unique. Secondly, I think MIT goes a couple steps beyond just the education. MIT's always had strong ties to industry. There's a terrific technology transfer office. Most people would consider it the best in the world. And also an industrial liaison program that has ties to hundreds of companies that can visit and, and that people can interact with if they want. So MIT have all these things that expose students and professors to a very broad spectrum of different types of things. And I think that really encourages innovation very well. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you. I'd like to go over some of the work we've been doing at MIT and with collaborators on drug delivery systems. And first, let me tell you how I got started on this. I was a graduate student at MIT, and I got my doctorate in 1974. And pretty much all my friends went to the oil industry then, because that's what chemical engineers did at the time. And I thought I would do the same. I applied to oil companies, and I actually got 20 job offers, 4 from Exxon alone. But I wasn't very excited about that. And I was looking for a way to use my chemical engineering education to help people. I ended up doing postdoctoral work at Boston Children's Hospital with a surgeon named Judah Folkman. And he had an idea, if we could show the next slide, that basically said that if you could stop blood vessels from growing, that might be a way to stop cancer. And just briefly, if you look at the slide, his idea was that a tumor starts out, as an abnormal cell on the bottom left, then it grows as a 3-dimensional mass. And what happens is it gets, if you go to the middle of the screen, middle lower part of the screen, what you see is the tumor is maybe 1 million cells, 1 millimeter in size, and it runs into a nutrition problem. It can't get nutrients in the center or get rid of waste. So it doesn't get bigger than that. But his theory was that the tumor secreted a chemical signal called tumor angiogenesis factor, TAF. And that causes surrounding blood vessels, which were normally quiescent, to start growing to the tumor. And it would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And it would actually, when you go to the top of the screen, what you see is it actually is very vascularized, and it can spread through those blood vessels. That's a process called metastasis. And that eventually is what often kills people. His theory was that if you could stop the blood vessels from growing, that might stop cancer. And as I'll point out, it will maybe also stop other diseases. Now, one of the key problems in this area was that there was no bioassay. That's ultimately so key when you're trying to do drug discovery on a brand new concept like this. So we had to invent a bioassay. And if we could go to the next slide, the bioassay that we wanted to invent was to take certain tumors that you could put in the eye, say of a rabbit, and those tumors would, like V2 carcinomas, would cause blood vessels to grow from the edge of the cornea to the tumor. But it would take maybe a number of weeks, 8 or 9 weeks, for that to happen. So our idea was that we'd have a little delivery system, which might be a polymer or lipid or something else that you could insert right next to it. And it would deliver the tumor angiogenic inhibiting molecules. Now, it turns out all those molecules were very large. And so we needed to be able to deliver them from this delivery system and meet two criteria. One, it had to come out, and that had never really been done before. Large molecules had never been able to be delivered. Secondly, it should be non-toxic, and almost everything causes a problem for the eye. Now, Dr. Folkman was on the board of the one company in the world, Alza, that had done any work in this area. And they had like Nobel Prize winners in chemistry on their board, and he asked them if they could help. But what they said, next slide, is that they couldn't, because they said these molecules we wanted to deliver were too large. They couldn't diffuse through solid materials, and any more than we could walk through a brick wall, and any of us. Now, the literature said the same thing. Next slide. The literature said that the use of these polymer matrices was virtually restricted to small molecules. But if we were going to solve this problem of angiogenesis, we had to have a way to do this. So I spent several years in the laboratory experimenting with different materials, different designs. I found over 200 different ways to get this to not work. But eventually I was able to make little microspheres or nanospheres. And what the next slide shows is some pictures of one on the left and cut in half on the right. And like I say, almost everything we did not work, but one type of design did. And the next slide shows that what we could see in a paper that Dr. Folkman and I wrote for the journal Nature. And in this paper, we showed that you could deliver any of these macromolecules, like proteins. Also, we showed for the first time ever that nucleic acids could also be released. And those are things like DNA or RNA. Nonetheless, when I first presented this work at a scientific meeting, and I was 27 years old at the time, and I thought I did okay, but, and I thought, the older scientists there would want to encourage me, this young guy, but that was not the case. When I got done, a whole bunch of them came up to me and they said, we don't believe any of this. We don't believe what you just said. And in particular, what the next slide shows is what they thought. And they said that these large molecules are just too big to diffuse through solid materials. Like I said, just like none of us could walk through a wall. They also said that the solvents you were using, they would destroy peptides, proteins, or nucleic acids. And actually things went downhill from there. My first 9 grants were rejected very badly. People would say that Dr. Langer is a chemical engineer, and he doesn't know anything about biology and even less about oncology. Also, I like being a postdoc, but a lot of my friends told me it's probably not good to be a postdoc forever. So I started applying for positions in chemical engineering departments, my major discipline, and no department in the world would offer me a position. So I ended up getting a job in a nutrition department because Dr. Folkman knew the head of that department. But he offered me a job, but he was kind of like what I'll call the benevolent dictator kind of department head. And he didn't ask anybody else in the department what they thought, which might have still been okay, except for the fact that the year after I joined the department, he left. So a lot of the senior faculty decided to give me advice, and their advice is I should leave too. In fact, the next slide shows what Mike Marletta, a good friend of mine at the time and still, had to say many years later, reflecting back on his time and mine at MIT in the late 1970s. Here's what he said. One evening he went to a faculty dinner at a Chinese restaurant with me and some senior MIT professors. He said, a senior scientist said, quizzing us while smoking a cigar. He said, when the older scientists heard my concepts for drug delivery, he blew a cloud of smoke in my face and said, you better start looking for another job. So that was discouraging, but I just kept trying. And one of the things I mentioned is we had done all this work now on the delivery system, so we could do that bioassay that I mentioned earlier, as shown on the next slide. And what we did is we literally put maybe 100 fractions, different isolates, in all of which were large molecules, in these delivery systems, and tested them in this assay. Now, every one except for one did not work. I sometimes think of those as the controls. And let me just show you some pictures on the next slide. And what you see, this is from a paper Dr. Folkman and I wrote in Science in 1976, 45 years ago. And what you see on the left-hand side is if you don't have an inhibitor, this is 8 weeks after the start of the experiment, you get the sheet of blood vessels growing towards the tumor. And if you let this keep happening, eventually it would be three-dimensional, the tumor out of the orbit of the eye. It would kill. We sacrificed the animals before that. But when you put an inhibitor in, notice on the right-hand side, and we repeated this 21 times, the vessels are lower, they're sparser, they avoid the tumor. And 60% of the time, these tumors never took off. So we published this in 1976. It still took another 28 years from this paper before the first blood vessel inhibitor was approved by FDA. But using the techniques that we had developed and literally spending billions of dollars, companies like Genentech were able to do this and get approval. And the next slide shows what happened starting in 2004, which is really striking. One after the next inhibitors approved by FDA. Avastin is maybe the number 2 or 3 best-selling biotech drug in history. And not only that, what you see is you can treat not only many kinds of cancers, but for the first time, you could also stop eye diseases that cause blindness, like macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy, with drugs like Lucentis and Eylea. Also, one of the other things that we thought about was that the delivery systems might be useful for other molecules. As a proof of principle, Larry Brown, one of my graduate students, put insulin in a little aspirin-sized pellet and showed, if we go to the next slide, that it can lower the blood sugar level for 100 days with a single implant. Now, Dr. Folkman one day said to me, he said, Bob, we should file a patent on this. And now that might seem commonplace today, but in the 1970s, Boston Children's Hospital, one of the best hospitals in the world, they never had a patent. So we filed one for the first time, and 5 years in a row, the examiner rejected it. And so the administrative people of the hospital told me I should quit doing this because we're wasting so much money. But you can probably tell by now I don't like to quit. So I started to think, how could we convince the patent examiner to allow this? And as I told you all in the beginning, everybody said this was impossible. It would never work. I wondered, maybe someone wrote that down. So in 1982, I did what's called the Science Citation Search. I looked back at our Nature paper to see who talked about it. And let me just show you one article I found. And I had no idea it was written, but this was from 1979 by 5 of the top material scientists in the world. And what they wrote describing this field is they said, generally the agent to be released is a relatively small molecule with a molecular weight no larger than a few hundred. One would not expect that macromolecules, for example, proteins, could be released by such a technique because of their extremely small permeation rates. However, Folkman and myself have reported some surprising is a really good word for a patent examiner, some surprising results that clearly demonstrate the opposite. So I showed that to the administrators of the hospital. They flew down to Washington to show it to the patent examiner. And he said, I had no idea. He said, I tell you what, I will allow this patent if Dr. Langer can get written affidavits from each of these 5 people that they really wrote that. So I wrote them, and they were nice enough to write me back they really wrote it. And on the next slide, we got this very broad patent. And with that patent, we got involved in licensing things to companies, teaching different companies, starting companies. And what that would ultimately lead to is on the next slide, many, many products that help hundreds of millions of patients every year who might have heart disease, different types of cancer, brain diseases, and so forth. Now, even though we could do this, and make even tiny particles, when you inject them into the body, sometimes they get taken up by macrophages. And also sometimes they stick together and get bigger. So what we decided to do with Vladimir Torchelin, next slide, is create polyethylene glycol coatings, which might make, it's almost a disguise for these particles. And you could even go further and put a targeting molecule on these if we go to the next slide. Let me actually, because I worry that I always don't explain this perfectly, Nova, the TV show, they actually did a video of this. Let me put that on next slide.
He starts with a nanoparticle of anti-cancer drug. That gets encased in a plastic that releases the drug over time. That in turn gets a special wrapping that disguises the package as a water molecule to fool the body's immune system. And last but not least, the address where it should be delivered, a key that will only fit the lock of cancer cells.
So you could use this to deliver small molecules, but what's really exciting is that you could even deliver genetic molecules like siRNA or messenger RNA. And the next slide is an example of siRNA. I was on the founding scientific advisory board of Alnylam, and my student, Kenna Kink, worked there. And with Alnylam, basically you have ways to silence RNA, but what you do is you put it in a lipid nanoparticle that targets the liver, and this led to Onpattro, which was approved in 2018. Now, also in 2010, going back to 2010, if I could go to the next slide, what you can do or what we did, myself, Nubar Fayan, Derek Rossi, and Ken Chen started a company called Moderna. And the idea here is that DNA makes RNA makes protein, and protein therapeutics were usually successful. But if you could make messenger RNA, you could do it very quickly and inject it into the body, and it would make a protein. But of course, you have to protect it and get it into cells, and that's where the nanoparticles help, or are essential, I should say. And in fact, you could also do other things with messenger RNA. For example, you could treat intracellular and membrane-bound diseases, as shown on the next slide. But when we did this work, and when we started Moderna, and all the way through, lots of scientists and stock analysts would criticize it. In fact, on the next slide, this is the Boston Globe, my home newspaper, in 2020, and in May. And they talked to different experts, and all those experts started saying, this was front page headlines, that what Moderna and I were doing, that's not how you do science. But I think those people are obviously wrong. Let me actually go over what Moderna was able to do. Next slide. So the Chinese published the virus genetic sequence in January 11th last year. 2 days later, the messenger RNA vaccine was finalized. Just about a month later, the batches were shipped to NIH. And by March 16th, people were being tested. And by the end of the year, it was approved for emergency use authorization. And as shown on the next slide, as people probably know, it's been used all over the world for hundreds of millions of people. The Pfizer-BioNTech one also uses nanoparticles. So that's been exciting. But I want to also talk about, could we someday even deliver these large molecular weight drugs orally? And if we could go to the next slide, what you see, and I'm sure everybody knows this, that when you try to swallow a pill orally, it's just too big. It can't diffuse through the intestine, and degradation also limits what can happen. So by proteases and so forth. So, but people have injected things into the gut. If we could go to the next slide. Can we put all of it up, please? So people have injected, basically what people have been able to do is inject through your rear end. And when you do that, it's very efficient. You don't get much pain because there's very few nerves in the stomach, and you get rapid tissue regeneration. So so that's good, but of course nobody wants to take their drugs through their rear end. So we came up with a special pill. I'm going to show you this. And we did we're funded and did a lot of collaboration with Novo Nordisk. And this is the pill. Let me actually show you a schematic of it on the next slide. So what we do is we have this casing. You'll see this hole. The hole is here. So that's oriented. That's at the bottom. But now we have a needle, and the needle is made of insulin, because that's the drug that Novo Nordisk was interested in. And you can make it pretty much almost 100% insulin. but you don't want it to be shot out of this pill right away. What we do is we have a spring that can shoot it out, but the spring is actually embedded in a sugar glass, and that fixes it. So nothing can happen until the sugar glass breaks. But when the sugar glass breaks, all of a sudden the spring will release the needle, and the needle gets shot out of that hole right where you see that 5 millimeter thing. But there's one more thing, and you might ask, well, what's the timing? So the timing is you don't want it to be shot out immediately, right? Because you're in the mouth. You want it to be in the stomach. So probably you make sure the timing, and I'll get to this, is maybe 30 minutes to 60 minutes later. But there's one other issue you might be thinking about. How do we know that the 5 millimeter part where you see that is facing the stomach wall? In other words, how do we know that this little thing is facing the stomach wall all the time? So what Gio Traverso and Alex Abramson did is we model this after what's called a leopard tortoise, and that will always fall and self-orient itself. And the next slide shows an example of that. It just tumbles, it keeps tumbling, but will always fall on the wall. And the next slide just shows a further example of that. It will always do it just because of the weight distribution. And that's what the tortoise does too. Just to show you, if I could go to the next slide about the spring, you can control the time of actuation by the diameter of the sugar glass. And here you actually see the spring shooting out. It's really instantaneous. So once that happens, the insulin gets delivered. And if we go to the next slide, what you see is perforation is really controlled by the actuation force. And if you look at the histology, which is on the right-hand side, really there's no inflammation, even at 9 newtons force. And it's also, our drug is quite stable. If we go to the next slide. So the soma is more stable than, if we look at purity and things like that. So, and finally, does it work? Well, here we did pigs, and the next slide shows that if you look at this, that you get pretty much identical, statistically indistinguishable uptake of insulin compared to subcutaneous injections when you compare it to taking it orally. And what the right-hand side shows you is the histology, no damage. And not only do you get similar insulin delivery, you get similar glucose lowering. And the next slide shows that. No difference again compared to sub-Q injection. And again, histology in the right is quite normal. So the last thing I want to go over is, could we even deliver cells to people? And on the next slide, I'm going to show you a picture of a little baby who's the patient of Jay Vacanti, who's my collaborator. And Jay and I came up with this idea of how to deliver cells, which is shown on the next slide. And that's largely called tissue engineering today. But the idea is we could take any cell type. You see these on the right, like bone cells or cartilage cells. You could, by the way, take stem cells, but we published this before people even talked about stem cells. This paper, by the way, in Science that we wrote has been cited over 8,000 times. But the idea is that you have this scaffold, you grow the cells on it, and then you could make any of these things like bone, cartilage, liver, intestine, ureters, whatever you want. And the next slide just shows pictures of scanning electron micrographs of the fibers. By the way, the fibers will ultimately dissolve and you'll get pure tissue. And just to give you a real example of this, which we've licensed to companies, is you can make artificial skin for burn victims on this. And let me just show you a little baby who is badly burned on the next slide. And you could take the product, which is neonatal skin fibroblasts, on a scaffold and put it in this child at the time of injury. That's a picture of the scaffold. The next slide shows what it looks like when you put it on the child. The next slide shows you what he looks like 3 weeks later. He's much better. And the next slide shows what happens 6 months later, and he's pretty much healed. And people are using these approaches, including many of our students, to make new pancreases, new spinal cords, to help people with hearing loss, to make new blood vessels, and many other things. And so these are all exciting and I think very important applications. And finally, you could even make a tissue or organ on a chip. And just to pick one example, let's take heart, which is being done by Gordana Vunjak and Milika Ritzik at a company called Tara Biosystems. And here you see heart muscle cells put on a scaffold, and they make the characteristic structures that you'd actually see histologically, sarcomers and intercalated discs. And if you do a high-powered video of these under a microscope, it's amazing. What you see on the next slide is 6 million heart cells, heart muscle cells. And we're not shaking this or anything. They're just beating like one. And like I say, you can just look at it. They're just beating like a real heart. And if you take, and you can even take an EKG on these, as shown in the final slide. And what, of course, Tara is doing is they're doing drug testing on this. You can test drugs for pharmaceutical companies and greatly minimize the amount of animal testing and perhaps human testing you'll have to do someday. And there's other organs and tissues on a chip too that people are developing. Gio Traverso, who I mentioned, he's developed an intestine on a chip. And we ourselves are working with Li Wei Sai at MIT to make a brain on a chip. So there's, I think, many exciting things that can be done to really mimic what the body does and help in drug testing. So I want to thank you for having me. It's been an honor and a pleasure to speak. And I wish you the best at the rest of the symposium. Thank you so much. So I'd just like to share my personal experience about what I found to be useful in helping innovation in general. And these are things that I always tell my own students, and also, points I sometimes make in different lectures I've given. But first, I think, is to do things that you hope will have a very big impact on the world, as opposed to just incremental research. The second thing is to realize that there's something called conventional wisdom. That may be what people will tell you, including very well-known scientists. It may be what's written in texts and articles. And it's important to realize that it's not always correct. If you look back at the history of science, many times you'll see different discoveries have been made that really challenge conventional wisdom. That's certainly been true of our work on drug delivery, but it's been true in many, many other areas of science and technology. And I think it's important to realize that. Third, in my experience, has been exposure to very different disciplines. I think it really stretches you when you get exposed to different kinds of things. For example, again, my own career, I'm a chemical engineer, but I worked in a surgery lab in a hospital, and I was the only engineer there. And I got exposed to things that I didn't even know about, but I could see by talking to the medical doctors who were there that, boy, you could solve different problems using engineering and using chemistry, and that hadn't really been done very much before. So that really helped me. And I found, like in the building I'm in, the Koch Institute at MIT, we have one building, but it has, and cancer is certainly one of the targets, but there's biologists in the building, all kinds of medical doctors, and 7 different types of engineers, like chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, material scientists. I think that helps everybody. Fourth is to take risks, and to realize that failure is okay. But risk-taking, goes hand in hand very often with things that make a big impact. But if you take a big risk, you could fail, and that's okay. Fifth is that if your idea is important, I think you can expect lots of criticism. I've certainly had that, and I think everybody who's done, sort of science in a significant way, or invented things, they'll get a lot of criticism, and that's unfortunate, but that's just the way the world works. And that leads me to my last point: whether you get a lot of criticism or anything else, almost never give up. I mean, I probably err on the side of not giving up, but I still think, maybe, after many, many years, or if there's some other, non-scientific reason, maybe you give up. But I would be, if you have created an invention or discovery that's really a platform that can be used for many things, I wouldn't give up. And certainly nanoparticles have been an example of that. People told me it was wrong, it wouldn't work, and sometimes it didn't. Nonetheless, if we didn't have the nanoparticles, you wouldn't have the COVID vaccines. That's been key to Moderna and other companies. So I think it's just really important never to give up as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for an interesting and informative presentation. Moving to our next speaker, may I now please invite Dr. Martin Lange, Executive Vice President, Head of Development, Novo Nordisk, for his presentation. Dr. Lange, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation for this very important topic and this very important meeting. Also, thank you to Dr. Lange for his inspirational talk. I think it calls for a lot of reflection around innovation, how to speed up innovation. If I can have the next slide, please. I've been asked to reflect upon. I think we're going for the next slide as well. And one more. So I have been asked to reflect upon. Could we have the next slide, please? I think I'm looking at the wrong set of slides. Could you try the next one, please? Here we go. So I've been asked to reflect upon how to accelerate innovation. And if we reflect back on Professor Lange's talk, a lot can be done to accelerate innovation. I think the overarching concept of innovation is that in its purest form, innovation takes time. Most of the drugs that we are benefiting from today are actually drugs that have been developed based on research that took place almost 30 years before the actual advent of a drug. Meaning that basic research, the curious research to inform us and to guide us towards what can be drugs that helps patients down the road, is something that we need to invest in, something that we need to nurture. And we need to do that in collaboration. Industry, academia, society coming together. And the example of Dr. Lange, again, looking at the angiogenesis inhibitors and then waiting 28 years for the advent of a drug, Avastin, that helps patients in severe need, is a good example of very good, groundbreaking basic research, but it does take up to 28 years to reach a patient in terms of a drug. Another example also brought by Dr. Lange is actually the COVID-19 vaccine. We have to consider that someone many years ago thought about or discovered DNA, discovered RNA. 30 years ago, the ventures into attempting to make RNA technology into a druggable technology was initiated. And only in recent years have we seen the advent of successful RNA-based treatments. Innovation takes time, but it can be accelerated. If I can take the next slide. So very briefly about Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk is a global healthcare company. It was founded almost 100 years ago, and it was founded on, again, the basis of a serious chronic disease, namely diabetes, where for almost 30 years, researchers, clinicians had known that diabetes was related to a dysfunction of the pancreas. But it took almost 30 to 35 years to discover insulin. And then once that had taken place, innovation went very fast. Novo Nordisk is built on that journey. Novo Nordisk has been part of driving that journey. And I think if I reflect on our purpose, it is obviously to drive change to defeat diabetes, but also other serious chronic diseases. And that is basically our foundation for innovation. We do not believe we can make innovation if there's not an unmet need. So our first question is always to ask, is there an unmet need? Are there patients with serious chronic conditions that require intervention and therapy? If the answer is yes, we believe there's room for innovation. There's a need for innovation. And that is sort of our guiding star. We do not believe in doing innovation or attempting to do innovation in places where unmet needs do not exist, which is also why, again, we define our disease areas based on unmet need. We are a global company, and we're doing both our research, but also our development across the globe. Next slide, please. So we have research sites basically across the globe. And when we talk about clinical development, we're actually doing clinical development in 56 countries. Again, we believe that to be important in order to foster innovation, but also to reach the patients in need. If we did concentrated clinical development, we would not actually serve our patients. Part of our success in terms of achieving innovation has obviously been a focus on diabetes. We understood the pathophysiology of diabetes. We understood the patient journey of diabetes. That allows us to focus our research effort, our innovation efforts in the diabetes space. We have been expanding, moving towards rare blood disorders, growth disorders, and in recent years also obesity. Again, taking the approach when doing our innovation that we needed to understand the unmet need, we needed to understand the disease, we needed to understand the pathophysiology. And once we had that in place, we could apply our technology platforms to solve for the unmet need, i.e. creating the innovation. We have in recent years moved into more therapy areas. We are now active from a research perspective in cardiovascular disease, in chronic kidney disease, in liver disease, but also in neurodegenerative diseases. This for us is obviously hugely exciting, but you can probably also imagine that it's a big diversification from an innovation perspective. So we're moving from 4 therapy areas in which we have to be basically well leading in terms of doing innovation to doubling that to 8 therapy areas. That is a tall order. And again, we have to use our innovation model in order to make sure that we do that successfully. And if I can ask for the next slide, please. I would claim that our innovation model has worked. We have been in the very fortunate situation that in the space of diabetes, in the space of obesity, but also in the space of rare blood disorders, we've seen that we have been able to introduce 12 new products in a matter of 10 years. That obviously is innovation. We believe that all of our products are making a transformational difference to our patients and their everyday life. And again, we're building that innovation based on our focus, again, understanding the disease area in depth and understanding the pathophysiology, understanding our technology platform from a historical perspective. Our main technology platform has been proteins and peptides, but it has also been understanding our delivery systems. I'll come back to Dr. Langer's talk in just a minute. Historically, we have been integrately dependent on collaboration, both with academia, with commercial partners, but actually also societies. We have an approach where we acknowledge what we know, but we also acknowledge what we don't know. And having an approach where we can partner with strong academia partners, strong commercial partners, but even with societies where we do not have the inherent expertise, has proven to be a very important part of our innovation model. We leverage that in diabetes and obesity. We are even further leveraging that when moving into new therapy areas such as cardiovascular disease, liver disease, and neurodegenerative disorders. I want to dwell a little bit on the concept of innovation takes time. It has been shown time and time again that we need fundamental understanding of the physiology, of the pathophysiology of the human body and its diseases in order to be able to make proper innovation. And it's interesting to reflect on 80%, maybe 85% of all the drugs that we have available are based on innovation from basic research, societally funded basic research, academia funded basic research that took place 30 to 40 years before the drug actually reached the patient. From our innovation model, it's also important to, from our perspective, to distinguish between what we call incubation and invention, namely getting the good idea, elaborating on the good idea, and then leading to the innovation part and the product development part. We define innovation as the clinical application of an invention. So innovation is good, but only if it reaches the patient in terms of an approved drug. And again, this takes time. But through collaboration, specifically through collaboration, again with academia, with other companies, but also with societies, we can accelerate the development of our drugs. I want to reflect a little bit on Professor Langer's example of the COVID-19 RNA-based vaccines. Again, from the advent of getting the idea that RNA could be a druggable entity to the advent of an approved drug, it took almost 30 years. In the face of COVID-19, strong collaboration between industry and society, specifically regulators, allowed us to take that invention into an innovation in the matter of 1 year. Normally, clinical drug development takes somewhere between 6 and 10 years. In the face of COVID-19 and through strong collaboration, we saw the advent and speed of that time frame to 1 year. I think that is a reflection that we should all have, that through that collaboration, industry cannot do it alone, academia cannot do it alone, societies cannot do it alone, but together we can achieve something that is quite remarkable. Next slide, please. So from our perspective, when applying this innovation model, and please recall, we came from diabetes, we moved into rare blood disorders and obesity. We are now looking at 8 to 9 new therapy areas, and within those spaces, we have to continuously make inventions, but also innovations. And applying that innovation model, thinking again constantly about the right collaborations with academia, with commercial collaborators, but also with regulators and society, we actually have seen a very nice progress of our internal pipeline. I do want to call out a few examples. First of all, the Soma device, and that was not by design. This is actually a collaboration, and you saw that in Professor Langer's video, a strong collaboration between MIT and Novo Nordisk on how to deliver proteins and peptides in an oral fashion so that patients do not have to live with daily injections, but rather can have their drugs delivered orally. The Soma device is a very, very strong proposal in that it increases the prospect of bioavailability quite dramatically. The big problem, obviously, with proteins and peptides is that they're being degraded in the gastrointestinal tract. And in an unprotected form, there will be almost 0% bioavailability. With the Soma device, we've shown together with MIT that we can achieve with insulin, but also with other proteins and peptides, a quite dramatic increase in bioavailability. This, again, has been some time underway. But once we are in the development space, again, we're building on the collaboration, and we can move then the invention fast forward into becoming innovation to the benefit of patients. I also want to highlight our broader oral platform. When I was in medical school, most of my textbooks, and I assume also your textbook, has been saying it's not possible to do oral delivery of proteins and peptides. We currently have drugs on the market for the treatment of diabetes, which are protein peptide-based therapies made orally available. Again, this is innovation. I'll come back to it in the next slide. That has taken time in the research space, but can be accelerated through proper collaboration and strong collaboration over time. Sometimes innovation doesn't require a new invention, but just applying an innovative mindset to something that already exists. One of our big challenges in the diabetes space and in the protein peptide space is obviously that patients who do not have access to refrigeration, who do not have access to electricity, are being challenged if their drug, which is oftentimes the case for insulin, is to be refrigerated, is to be stored at certain temperatures. That can be difficult across the globe, I believe also in India. And therefore, for us to have a heat-stable insulin that can be stored without requirements for refrigeration is obviously something that will be able to reach a great number of patients and help them in their everyday life. This is what we call the HITS, which is a human insulin thermal solution. We are currently in the process of applying for approval with the European regulators, and will then expand on a global space, so that innovation, which is actually based on human insulin, will be a benefit to patients across the globe, where electricity, where refrigeration is maybe not readily available. And again, applying knowledge. We have been working on anti-obesity drugs. The industry have been working on anti-obesity drugs for 30 years. Only in recent years have we seen true groundbreaking, true transformational research being directed towards the patients. We're now in a position where we can see drugs, specifically our Wegovy, reaching our patients, achieving a 15 to 17% body weight loss. Again, based on innovation, based on understanding of the pathophysiology, and driving a dedicated focus towards innovation. These are just examples. Obviously, in every dot within every disease area across our pipeline, we are thinking of applying our innovation model, our collaboration with external partners in order to be successful in the disease area where we move. Just want to dive into maybe one example, and if I could have the next slide. Thinking about the timing, we all do believe that it is important, next slide please, to be looking at acceleration of innovation. We do believe that it's transformational to be able to offer the first oral biologic treatment, first peptide orally available. That's transformational to patients. But we also have to highlight it's been a long journey. It's based on 15 years of scientific development, 8 years of clinical research before it actually becomes an approved drug. That means that even though we want to accelerate innovation, and I do believe that we can do that, and the key here is obviously collaboration, we also have to acknowledge that from a societal perspective, but also from an academia and industry perspective, we had to be patient. I think Dr. Lange's very inspiring story very nicely illustrated that, and his key words of never giving up, or almost never giving up, I think is a cause for reflection for us, because yes, we can accelerate innovation, but we also have to acknowledge that it takes time, it takes dedication, it takes effort, and it takes, to be very pedestrian, it takes investment. Next slide, please. I think it's also important to think about innovation not only in terms of the drug or the delivery systems. It's also important to think about innovation in our processes, and in terms of how we approach innovation, taking a broader responsibility of what we do. The way we think about it in Novo Nordisk is obviously we want to be financially responsible. That we are a company. We obviously have to create a return for our shareholders, but we are also a company who wants to be patient focused, and a company that wants to take both our social but also our environmental responsibility seriously. So when we think about innovation, we also think about how can we think in innovation to be able to serve as many patients as possible, securing affordable care to as many patients as possible. But we also think about how can we be innovative in our research areas, in our development areas, in our production areas, so that our environmental footprint is decreased over time. Again, securing that our innovation is holistic, not only dedicated to the drug, to the delivery system, but also to the way that we work. So obviously we use the phrase of product innovation, products being what we deliver to the patients, but also our process innovation. How can we work smarter, thinking in our social, our environmental responsibility, but ultimately also our focus on acceleration. And we have to say, and this is obviously an integral part of also our innovation model, with the advent of artificial intelligence, with the advent of digital tools, with the advent of technology that was not available to us 5 to 10 years ago, we can start thinking about speeding up our innovation process. We can do that in research. We can do that in clinical development. A lot of what we are dependent on is data, and therefore we and others are collecting data on our own, but also in collaboration with societies, with research institutions, to secure that when we inform ourselves in the research space, in the development space, we have the right data to put into our models and to make the right decisions. So I may want to end up, if I can have the final slide, please, with just a short reflection of, again, innovation takes time, takes patience, it takes resilience, so we never give up. It can be accelerated, it should be accelerated. Our purpose is to serve our patients in need, and that means that we owe it to them to accelerate our development of our innovations. We have more tools in our toolbox, digital, artificial intelligence, to help us do that. But the strongest vehicle towards acceleration is collaboration. Collaboration between industry, between academia, but also between industry and society, industry and regulators, in order to secure that we, in a safe but also efficacious way, bring our innovation to patients. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Lange, for an informative presentation. With this, we come to the end of our third session on global experience sharing, accelerating innovation that matters. I would like to thank again Professor Langer and Dr. Lange for joining us today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now slip into a short break of 5 minutes. Please do stay online for the next interesting session on creating regulatory ecosystem to support innovation. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving on to another interesting leg of the summit with discussion focusing on how industry and government can come together to strengthen the regulatory and the funding ecosystem for innovation and research and development. Our first topic of panel discussion is creating regulatory ecosystem to support innovation. I would like to take the privilege and liberty of introducing our panelists and moderator for today. We have today with us Dr. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, Executive Chairperson, Biocon, who is also our moderator for today. Welcome back. Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology. Dr. V.G. Sumani, Drugs Controller General of India. Mr. Dilip Shangvi, Managing Director, Sun Pharmaceutical. Mr. Gail Saldana, Managing Director, Glenmark Pharmaceutical. Dr. Sanjay Singh, CEO, Genova Biopharmaceutical. Mr. Kamlesh Pant, Chairman, National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority. Without further ado, may I now request Dr. Shaw to take the discussion forward. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Srividya, and thank you for inviting me to moderate what hopefully is going to be a very interesting panel discussion. Let me start by saying that, the idea to market or lab to market journey of any innovation is directly proportional to regulatory controls. Why do I say this? Because if you look at digital innovations, for example, they outpace pharma innovation by a factor of 10, thanks largely to minimal regulatory interventions. Pharma, as you know, has fairly, overreaching regulations, and the gestational timelines involved in bringing an idea to the market or taking a product from lab to market, therefore becomes very onerous and long. COVID, however, has changed this with accelerated regulatory processes that saw vaccines being approved in less than a year. The concept of emergency use approvals, rolling reviews, and parallel phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical development have all played a significant role in regulatory acceleration. And we should not lose this opportunity to basically bring in regulatory reforms that will enable larger R&D investments and hopefully prolific innovation because of accelerated regulatory timelines. Why do I say this? Because obviously, if the time to market is speeded up, then the return on investment is much faster. And it also sets up this virtuous cycle of investment, innovation, and income that really fosters and drives innovation. I'm therefore delighted to really have, moderate a panel that can discuss the opportunities that can shape regulatory policies, which in turn will trigger innovation and innovation-led economic growth path for all of us. So without much ado, let me start by calling upon the first panelist, our Health Secretary, Dr. Rajesh Bhushan ji. And let me start by asking you this question about the fact that, the government actually had set up a multi-stakeholder committee between industry, academia, and the government policymakers. And I was a part of that committee. We were tasked to come up with a report which was basically entitled Catalyzing the Pharma and MedTech Innovation Ecosystem. And the recommendations that we came out with were about regulatory reforms, which was really focusing on regulatory acceleration. We, of course, spoke on research funding. We, of course, spoke on the importance and how to bring about greater industry-academia linkages. And of course, it was also a very important recommendation was around policies and programs. The question I want to ask you is, as the Health Secretary who has seen this report, how do you think we can go about implementing the recommendations of this report And before I ask you to, discuss this, I'd also like to basically dwell upon one topic, which is the Bayh-Dole Act, for example, which was quite an inflection point in innovation in the US. This act, which was introduced in 1980, has led to over 10,000 startups from IP generated from US academia, which has led to over 200 new drugs and vaccines, and is estimated to have contributed over $1 trillion to the US economy over 4 decades. So I'll request you to kindly comment on how we are going to go about implementing the recommendations of this particular report that I was part of the committee. And, what are your thoughts on accelerating the regulatory process?
Thank you, and a very good evening to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this dialogue. Let me thank IPA, and let me also thank Dr. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw for having raised this very important point. While both the Ministry of the Department of Pharmaceutical as well as Ministry of Health and Family Welfare are privy to the contents of the report that you just referred, we also place on record our appreciation for the kind of exhaustive work which has gone into this. Simultaneously, there was another committee in the Ministry of Health which also looked at some of the issues which the committee that you referred to and you were part of went into. And on both the recommendations, that is recommendations of both reports, a lot of action has already been initiated. And since it involves multi-ministry, multi-department coordination, so we have requested the Cabinet Secretariat to lead this process of implementing various recommendations. Let me quickly refer to some of those, and maybe in course of this discussion, we will discuss some other recommendations also. You see, the major issue that acts as a critical challenge to innovation as far as regulatory processes are concerned is the issue of the regulatory processes being multi-pronged and scattered. For example, you have today multiple agencies that a innovator or a private sector entity has to traverse before requisite approvals are given. For example, you have CDSCO, which is the nodal for giving such approvals. You also have the RCGM, which is housed in Department of Biotechnology, although it is formulated under the rules of Ministry of Environment and Forest. You have GEAC, which is in the domain of Ministry of Environment and Forest. Then you have ICMR. If you are looking at a rDNA product or new drugs, so these are the agencies that you have to go through. So one major initiative that is in the works is to ensure that they are all brought at one place and requisite modifications in the rules framed under certain acts are done so that everything happens in the National Regulator's Office. The same holds true for Committee for the Purpose of Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals. In fact, I had to write this down because I keep on forgetting the full name. This is now under the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. So the timelines for disposal of applications by CPCSEA are also being fixed. So this is one example of bringing these scattered agencies that look at various regulatory aspects at one place, and if amendment in rules are required, those amendments be done. The second example I wanted to give you was parallel submission of application for marketing authorization, for import registration, and for import license. Presently, this does not happen. It's sequential. So if the whole thing is made parallel, we save time, we incentivize people who are ideating, who are innovating, and who are eventually manufacturing in India. So these are just two examples. There are multiple other examples, but maybe in course of this dialogue, I would get an opportunity to refer to those also where things are in fairly advanced stages of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajesh Bhushanji. Now let me move on to our new DBT Secretary, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale-ji. Let me start by saying that, BIRAC actually has done a stellar job of providing seed funding for startup innovation. How can you help with bridge financing until such startups receive venture capital? And continuing from what Dr. Rajesh Bhushan said, how do we basically make sure that we remove some of these hurdles that are coming in the way for preclinical testing, especially in the context of animal testing, where under law we could actually try and differentiate between experimental animals and domesticated animals. Is there some sort of way of bringing in some kind of simplification of that particular challenge?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, for your introduction, and IPA, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a new domain for me, actually, and I think it's exciting. It's a great opportunity as well as, enablement that one can do. I must say this, that, DBT has been shifting and adapting and in fact mirroring the innovative nature of biotech industry quite rapidly, actually, in last few years to go, if we really look at. And clearly the challenge, as you yourself said, actually, is that the challenge is to bring down mitigate the development cost, actually, so that it becomes beneficial to all. And obviously the safety of all stakeholders are in place. It's not just people who receive it, but people who in fact also using it. And I think there are a few very important things that we have learned last COVID period. I mean, clearly we can speed up regulatory approvals. I think that should be the baseline, right? That's most wonderful. I think the other thing that what also I think is that what we have realized that we can work in teams and deliver, which is also very, very important, because we've always worked in silos and then we try to connect with one another. And the third thing is that the online mode committee meetings have become simpler, which actually does solve the problem of getting committees together much more rapidly and doing carrying out this. And towards this, I think you must have seen over a period of time, many of you had a chance to look at the work RCGM has been doing, the review committee on genetic manipulation. In fact, it meets every fortnight now, actually, to get together and be able to carry out. And it's a large committee, but getting everybody together online makes it very, very simple. And that's really wonderful, because one can every fortnightly try and review the stuffs and look at it. Obviously, the other important aspect that has been done is the simplified import and export of various materials, actually exchange of materials. So small scale materials import and export has been given the rights back to IBSC, which is at an institution where the processes are going on. So it's very good if you want to get something in small numbers and not really required at an early development stage. You don't really need to go to anybody else. And the larger scales, in fact, even in DBT, if all paperwork gets done, I know it gets done in 7 to 10 days, actually. And this is very critical, because you need to get your product evaluated against the known standards and various other things. I think we're also trying to improve the IBKB portal, actually, which is the Indian Biosafety Knowledge Portal that's been set up in 2019. And it's an online information website that carries out the stuff, be able to do this. So I think it's very, very important that variety of these stuffs carry out and come together. And as you rightly said, DBT BIRAC, the seed grants have changed the biotech startup ecosystem, right? This is really the game changer that has played a tremendous amount of role. And the question that you asked actually, if I can just add on to that, clearly what one requires is bridge financing, actually, where from the seed till the equity funds actually is get, how can we carry out these activities? And in fact, I can tell you that there are 3 different kind of strategies by which you can carry out this process. There is a seed fund, which is to a tour of about, if you have a TLR3 kind of, if the innovator has reached the TLR3 level, what we use standard, philosophies actually, then you get 30 lakhs of funds for available to be able to do this. There is a lead fund that if you have reached TLR5, which is about 1 crore of rupees actually, and about 100 companies have used this, and all of them have grown about 8x to 10x actually by getting matching from the venture capital. So all of these are equity funds actually. And there is also a fund of fund, which is actually has been funded to 43 startups as of now, which carries out, allows them to give some breathing space before the VC does. So I think these three are very important enabling environment. And I hope DBT will continue to grow and BIRAC will continue to grow in these directions to be able to do stuff actually. I'll stop here, and again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. I'll now, of course, like to turn to Dr. V.G. Somani. I think he is one person who's very, very aware of the need for regulatory reforms. I know he himself has been driving regulatory reforms, especially during the development of vaccines. And let me, obviously, I'm sure you agree with me that regulatory reforms are at the core of driving innovation for our country. And what are the immediate steps that we can take to accelerate the regulatory review and approval timelines? For example, you have been, very, very, judiciously issuing emergency use authorizations. You have also been doing rolling reviews. You've been allowing a lot of parallel clinical development of the vaccines. And can we leverage those learnings for drug development? For example, we also know that during this 1 year, during which the entire world looked at its own regulatory processes to bring a COVID vaccine to the people as soon as possible, I think there was a lot of strong science used. There was a lot of good clinical data that was generated. So we did not compromise safety, efficacy, and of course, immunogenicity, which is so very, very important, especially in the realm of biologics. So over to you, Dr. Somani. How are we going to reduce the time to market? How are we going to bring about regulatory reforms and use some of the learnings that we had during COVID to develop vaccines and extend it to drugs?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, IPA, for this opportunity. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
During the COVID, we had an opportunity to work hand in hand with the innovators and with the industry, because there was a pressure to develop in diagnostics, therapeutics, immunobiologicals, and all things which can, including some of the devices, which can solve the problems of the COVID-19. And we had to devise the methodologies in which the regulator becomes the facilitator, and the old processes of looking at the things in a leisurely manner, or where we expect a complete, data set. Unless we see the complete data set, unless we see 2 or 3 times, we don't go to the sequentially to the other steps. So all these things, and also having the physical meetings. So we started working online without compromising on the quality of what data is required for of the molecule at the CMC level, at the in vitro level, the specificity of animal models required, the data required in the animal model, and also at the time of clinical trial, how much data is actually essentially required in a phase 1 trial, phase 2 trial, and phase 3 trial. What can go as an adaptive clinical trial design, while some of the data in phase 1 and you can allow the things to go to phase 2, and while some of the data of safety and efficacy and proof of concept is actually generated in phase 2, then we can allow it to phase 3. This have been a very useful experiences, but we had to multiply our efforts while doing these things and also reduce the redundant steps while working online, holding the meeting, because I remember during last this 2 years, can you hear me?
Yes.
In last 2 years, we have held more than 180 subject expert committee meetings, and everything was considered, which is important for the COVID. Vaccines or clinical trial approval was considered in the manner of a rolling review. And in the vaccines and in the repurposed drug also, people start with a very small scale first, then they scale up, then there are issues of changes. So the established processes which we are having, that has a very long turnaround time. So we have gone beyond those long turnaround time, started hand holding of the local FDA also, and the manufacturers also, and the researcher also, had a regular meeting in between this SEC meeting, and that has made it possible that we not only today on 19th March, there was not a single testing kit available in our India for the COVID-19. We had to work with the suppliers, with the manufacturers, with the importer, get it validated into the labs, get it developed. Today we have more than 400 kits, out of which 50%, 200s are manufactured in our country. Similar was the case for the Similar was the case for the liposoluble amphotericin B. Similar was the case for the vaccines, and also emergency approval which are given for various drugs. We had dependent on our data, in which the drugs like the itolizumab, drugs like favipiravir, drugs like this peg interferon, which irrespective of data available internationally, we have taken the decision based on the Indian data. And that's how, and this learning of reducing redundant processes, giving the adaptive designs, and working close from the basic level, animal model selection till the comparator selection and the clinical trial, various phases of the clinical trial. Sometimes we also had a trial where the sample size was more than 5,000, and we had to negotiate that at this interim level, this will become a statistically significant, and this much of immunogenicity, and 3 months or 2 months post second dose, or whatever is the last dose, safety data will be enough on the basis of science. So this way we have evolved on, and meanwhile we were in continuous touch with all major regulatory authorities, UK MHRA, US FDA, WHO, part of international coalition of medicinal regulatory authority. So we never diverted from the international expectations also. So we want to continue this regulatory means the policy for the R&D, the committee which you have headed, the committee made by headed by Honorable Secretary, and its recommendation accepted by the Cabinet Secretariat and the government, that will pave the way, and there will be no problems for the getting the ecosystem for the innovation from the regulatory perspective. And we are creating the guidelines on that line, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It gives us a lot of hope that we will see very, very strong regulatory reforms that will really create the right regulatory ecosystem to drive innovation. Thank you so much. Let me now turn to an industry doyen, Dilip Sangvi. The government has recently posted a proposal for research-linked incentives. And can you comment on the challenges of investing in novel molecules, and what factors do you think will lead to augmentation of innovation? Dilip bhai?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you, Kiran. I think you've asked a very interesting question, which I think is close to all of our heart, because I think all of us, after becoming successful in generic business, are focusing on becoming successful in innovation. And I think it's very current to the topic that we have for this 2 days workshop. Innovation for new product, I think is a important milestone for Indian companies to succeed. Even those have been making significant investment in that for some time. The research linked incentive scheme is a very good effort towards recognizing the challenges of the industry in terms of making this long-term investment. And it's essentially talking about engaging in dialogue with all the stakeholders with a view to form a policy which will be a long-term policy, because I think there is a recognition that in innovative new product, it takes long time for a product to come to market. I think there is also proposal for finding a way to incentivize the industry, also finance the industry. I think all of this will help. But if I share some of the challenges and some of the suggestions that we have, I think the important challenge that we have is that and that's part of the discussion, I think, in next today as well as tomorrow, is collaboration between industry and academics, collaboration between various capable organizations so that the missing skill sets in companies can be overcome. If I look at our own experience, then we have 3 products in different stages of human studies. One of them is in phase 3 study. But I think historically, it was easier for us to do phase 1 and phase 2 studies outside of India. I think Dr. Somani talked about various reforms that he's initiated, which should make it feasible for Indian industry to do this kind of research also from India. My request to Dr. Somani is that instead of, in addition to streamlining all the approval processes, if we also find a way to significantly empower the ethics committee, either of the companies or various clinical development sites, I think it will facilitate the process in terms of developing these products faster. Indian scientists, as we've discussed many times, globally are important component of innovation in all the countries. So we have the skill set and the capability to become successful in innovation. And as we continue to streamline our internal processes, improve access to capital, and improve access to a stable cash flow generating business environment, we will become successful and we will have quite a few innovative Indian products in market in next maybe 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Let me now move to Glenn Saldanha. And Glenn, you have been one of the front runners in investing in novel drugs. But of course, you chose to do it overseas for obviously some of the reasons that Dilip bhai spoke about. It was difficult to do some of these trials in India. So, you are very experienced in this whole area of innovation and drug innovation. What are the deterrents for innovation in India, and how do we overcome credibility hurdles that we always face when you talk about Indian innovation?
Sure. Thank you, Kiran. So I want to start by saying, so at Glenmark, we've done a lot of work in India. So all our small molecule research has primarily come out of India. And if you see, over the last 2 decades that we've been doing small molecule research, we have about 5 or 6 products which we've out-licensed to Big Pharma, which were completely discovered and developed in India. So we've done licensing deals with the likes of Forest, Tejan, Merck, Lilly, Sanofi, on small molecules, right, which we've discovered, which completely came out of India. So it's only
So let me ask you there, Glenn, those were sort of discovered and it was early stage licensing, right?
It was phase 1 up to phase 2.
Yeah.
But what we did was a large molecule research, primarily biologics, is what we decided to offshore because we felt that India has some grounds to cover on the innovative biologics side, and that's why we housed it in Switzerland and in the US. And subsequently, we spun it out into a US company called Iconos Sciences. Of course, it's all ultimately owned by the Indian entity. I think, research in India for me, I think in the small molecule area, we can do a lot, and we continue to do a lot. We continue to believe that India can keep producing a lot of value as we go forward. I think always the biggest challenge, Kiran, has been how do you fund it? What happens to fund this? How do you fund this research? How investors perceive it, and we all know that in the short term, investors punish you dramatically, right, for spending money on innovative research. And the challenge is one doesn't know how to change. I don't know how to change that, right, and change that perception. So I think these are some of the challenges. But I think overall, India remains a great destination to do research, both small molecules, and over time, I'm sure, biologics will come into India in a big way. And of course, I also see India as a great destination for clinical trials, right? Because we have a huge patient pool. And the last point I want to make, Kiran, is that I think the regulator, I've been doing this for 20 years now, right? And I've seen some dramatic changes with the regulator in India. So there have been some great changes, the SEC committees which have been put in place, IND committees, Sugam portal, which makes a lot of information public. So there's been a lot of changes in the regulatory environment, positive changes, and especially in the last 2-3 years. And we've also seen during COVID, we made significant progress. The regulators are very quick to approve drugs for COVID, to approve vaccines. So great job. And I think, we are on the right track in terms of, creating a research ecosystem in India.
No, absolutely. I think, as you said, the regulator has really done a great job of, really accelerating a lot of these efforts during the time of COVID. And I think that's what we're discussing today as to whether we can actually go beyond COVID and, help, new drug development now that the clinical temper is also improving in the country, where I think, the presence of a large number of international CROs is also now obviously looking at India as a very rich reservoir of, patients in any kind of disease segment. And that also is extremely important from a speed of recruitment, stratification. And I think we have clinicians who are extremely experienced. So I think from that point of view, I think, we have a lot going for us. And I think having, Dr. Somani also sort of driving the agenda of accelerated reviews and approvals will actually help us to get products to patients much sooner. And I think this whole approach of emergency use approvals and then using a lot of real world evidence to then sort of build on it and could possibly be a very interesting regulatory path forward. I would now move on to Dr. Sanjay Singh, unless Dr. Somani wants to make a comment here.
Certainly, the lessons we have learned, the biggest lesson has been to work in coordination. From the beginning stages, what usually is called as a pre-submission meetings, we have to have a pre-submission meeting, informal meetings, so that the pathway is made very clear for the innovations and the innovator feel confident and they are a part of a regulator, and innovators are not separate as far as a new drug discovery is concerned. That will be a new normal. Rest of the things are logistic things. When to hold the SEC, what will be the decision, how much time is required for given approval, whether it is given by notification, whether it is given in 3 days, 4 days, 10 days. Basic thing is our ideas and plan should match. Starting from selection of strains, raw materials, the processes, and the scale up, how much will affect the quality, safety, efficacy, and how much can be considered as a substantial equivalence and can go ahead. So this kind of understanding is important. For that, a regular dialogue, regular interaction, and very brief guidelines. Of course, there are many guidelines. We can take it from Europe and US and all those things. Therefore, if you see in the beginning itself, we came out with the guidelines for the development of vaccines with a special emphasis on the COVID-19 vaccines and various guidelines on how to handle the clinical trial during the COVID-19 period, along with certain deviation if the patient can't visit the site during the containment or the doctor things. So very small guidances and regular interaction, that is extremely important for taking the innovation forward and breaking the barrier between regulator and the innovator and creating a comfort level. That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I think this whole approach of collaborating and facilitating is really the way forward as far as regulations are concerned. And I think you have actually set the pace for doing that. Let me now turn to Dr. Sanjay Singh. You have been bold in pursuing India's first mRNA vaccine. And I'd like to have your comments on what is your wish list to make it a success and bring it to the market as soon as possible. I think you're mute.
Thank you, Dr. Majumdar. Yes, it was a quite bold decision, but the major support came from the DVT because it could have been a huge project. And what is the difference between where industry is, most of the industries, and where we are aiming to go? It's from generic to innovation. In innovation, there are two parameters which are very, very critical. One is that it is very cost intensive, very long, but equally it is 10 times more riskier. From generic business, it is 1,000 times more riskier. But then the policy parameters or regulatory parameters add some more wheels on it. As you might have seen Bob's presentation, Bob said on 11th January, the sequence came, and on 25th of February, it was in the clinic in NIH. There was no weightage into this. I was not that lucky to reach that fast, but I'm very happy that my vaccine is in the clinic. Not only the vaccine is in the clinic, this is the setup from the office of DCGI. We added one more innovation that we made it to 2 to 8 degrees centigrade stable. And here I will say to Dr. Somani, his team, it was absolute hand-holding to walk that path. It was not easy path. It was very difficult path for us, hand-holding. Our vaccine is in the clinic. It would have been much faster, but there is a limit to ask. So now I'm very, very satisfied because I'm one of them, as Dr. Gokhale, who has moved from academia to industry. And somehow that kind of respect is recognized that yes, we can move to industry. And this dialogue is very, very important in my life today. I want to congratulate IPA that this dialogue is open. There should be a dialogue between the regulator, between the policymaker, between the industrialists, between the research. This dialogue is very critical. Once the dialogue opens up, then we can put out what are the pros and cons. I'm not at all in favor of, I come from HHS background, human health sciences background. I want my regulations should be strict, but my regulations should be logical. Guidelines are the reference, but the decisions are made on mutual understanding because here the human safety is involved. So now for mRNA vaccine, we have just finished the phase 2. We are entering to phase 3. Hopefully, let's see how the results come, and based on the results, how the DCGI offers us, but we are very positive about it. But there is one parameter, madam, comes into us immediately because all the raw material, which is 39 raw material required for my vaccine, all need to be imported. We cannot afford the timeline, and we do not have that kind of money power because few of my raw material were posed by my peers. So we have to do backward integration. And for backward integration, I would like to see the policymakers should also look into it, that anything which is coming as a part of backward integration, it should be seen from a different lens at the Office of Regulatory. So there is one part which is innovative product. It has to be seen from a different lens. The second, which is the backward integration is happening, that should be listed as from another lens. But one more important fact, madam, I want to put in front of you, as you are the moderator, and I think Secretary Health is also listening. We have to define the priorities, where innovation should go, what are the priority vouchers should be our, how the priority, which are the diseases, because diseases which are important for us, they should be on the priority list the way the COVID has been put together. My last point into it, because within 1.5 months, the vaccine goes into a nice clinic, but here in 1.5 months, I was running to different offices. If we have to innovate, and I'm very practical about, if we have to innovate, we have to have one system, which is the Office of DCGI. No files should go from us to any other place. They should have a single window system. We are talking single window system for a decade. You may be aware of it. But now I think government has come up. Government is very supportive for the innovation. We have to create a single window system at the Office of DCGI. Let Office of DCGI decide to whom do they consult. This is my one strong recommendation as a researcher, part of my regulator, now part of an industrialist. The second point I want to mention, which is equally important, that somehow this dialogue should continue. It should not evolve need basis. At present, this dialogue has evolved because the COVID situation, and certainly we have learned our lesson, as Dr. Somani said, as DBT has said, as others said, but this should be a continuous process by which we should keep on involving itself, and this should be like an annual review kind of thing, or once in a 2-year review, that what are the, because we have to innovate for ourselves. We have to be proud of our innovation. And if our innovation is good enough, world will come and buy our innovation. World will respect our innovation. So one side, as an industrialist and academia, as a policymaker, we should focus on innovation. Other side, our regulatory agencies should focus on it. And let's make us proud, and others will follow. This is my side of recommendation, and this is my side of experience. And again, what I have seen in last 1.5 years, very difficult period, but very proud moment for us who are involved into hardcore innovation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay Singh, and wish you all the best. We hope that we can really proudly celebrate when our first Made in India mRNA vaccine is approved, that will be a very proud day for all of us. So let me come to the last panelist, Dr. Kamlesh Pantji. You know, price control has always been looked at as being counterproductive to innovation. Okay, companies state that they need to get a return on R&D investment. How can you apply differentiated price control based on R&D investment? You just heard Dr. Sanjay Singh said that, you know, certain products are much more complex to make than others. And yet we paint everything with one brush. So for example, you know, a generic molecule is a fraction of the cost of developing, say, a biosimilar drug or a novel vaccine or a novel drug. And yet the same formula applies to all these products when you come to price control. How are we going to handle this? Because it's again linked to, you know, the need for regulatory speed of regulations, regulatory acceleration, but there's also a factor of how do we look at price control for drug innovation? You know, can we have a differentiated policy for new drugs? What is the kind of approach you would like to take to really sort of encourage innovation and allow companies to basically get a pretty healthy return on their investment so that they keep investing in innovation over and over again?
Good evening. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and congratulations to IPA for a very, very relevant topic for the seminar. As far as the pricing regime is concerned, you would have observed that over a period of time, the philosophy of pricing has evolved from, in terms of DPCO, drug price control orders, from cost-based pricing to a market-based pricing. So in that sense, a generic, a patented drug, incremental innovations, there are provisions in DPCO for these kind of situations. And the market-based pricing itself will mean that one category, it is not, I mean, one price for a generic drug, for example, is not applied to a patented drug, or for that matter, a very different molecule or a different different formulation of the medicine. So formulation-wise, category-wise, and also patented in terms of patented drugs, etc. There are different methodologies in the overall overarching kind of philosophy of market-based pricing. So in that sense, pricing is different for different categories of drugs. DPCO in NPPA, of course, we are guided by DPCO, and DPCO is kind of the Bible or Gita for us. I mean, we are bound by it. But one of our jobs is to advise the department and tell them that these are the kind of improvements that could be required. So DPCO is also in a work in progress. Currently also improvements in DPCO are being considered by Department of Pharmaceuticals. And of course, anything that is evolving, that is a work in progress, cannot be said to be perfect. So our effort is to constantly improve the provisions of DPCO and suggest those provisions to the Department of Pharmaceuticals. And they, of course, actively considered these suggestions, changes. Of course, pricing for a company, a predictable, reasonable, and supportive kind of pricing regime is crucial. And I can assure you the veterans of the industry that we will be in constantly touch with the industry veterans. We will constantly try to evolve the provisions of DPCO so that the requirements of innovation are taken care of. And this will be a continuous process. This will be a continuous dialogue, and we will welcome any suggestions in this regard. Thank you.
Well, you know, one of the ways of basically looking at price control has always been to basically look at the cost of inputs and then have some kind of factor and then decide the final price. Now, that really does not take into account many of the other investments that go into innovation. For instance, the cost of developing that drug, the kind of investments that have gone into not just R&D, but manufacturing, all the things that go in with drug innovation. And it becomes a very simplistic approach that DPCO takes in arriving at a price. So I think we need to find ways of encouraging and incentivizing innovation. So for instance, why can't you basically allow new drugs or any kind of drug innovation to be exempt from price control for a certain period of time? I mean, we all understand that in India, we obviously want to develop drugs that provide affordable access. But on the other hand, when you want to innovate new products, like what Dr. Sanjay Singh is doing, or what Glenn Saldana, Dilip Sanghvi, and including myself have been doing to try and develop new drugs, it is a very expensive and lengthy process. And above all, it's a very high risk journey that we are on. So, the outcome is never predictable. And all this kind of adds to the cost of drug innovation. So very often they say that, when you have a drug pipeline, not everything will succeed. But then you add the cost of the ones that did not succeed to the one that succeeded as well. So I think, we do need to look at drug innovation in terms of incentivizing it. And one of the research-linked incentive schemes ought to also look at drug innovation and exempt it from price control, at least for a certain period of time. I don't know whether, Dilip Bhai or Glenn would like to comment on this.
Any comments before I answer? Or should I answer first?
Kiran, I think there is already a provision for exempting drugs which are patent protected from application of DPCO. But I think you've raised a much more fundamental issue. And that issue is that for one product which is successful, we would have invested in quite a few others which did not succeed. And the one product which is successful, if you are able to charge a certain value or a price, does it allow you to recover the investment that you've made in other unsuccessful product? And these are fundamental questions that I think all of us have been discussing with both the regulator as well as our ministry. And I see an increasing recognition for the challenge that we face in the industry, in their understanding of our economics. Glenn, I am sure you share my view.
No, I totally agree with you, Dilip Bhai. I think, that's the biggest challenge right now is, there is a provision currently, right? How effectively we can use it to broad base it is going to be the key.
No, and I think, as Kamlesh ji said, I think the important thing is to have a dialogue. The important thing is to constantly have a collaborative approach to even drug pricing for innovation. So I probably ask Kamlesh ji to, give his comments.
Yes, thank you. Again, as Dr. Sanghvi said and Glenn also said that there is already a provision in DPCO that exempts patented drugs, and the details are in para 32 of the DPCO for 5 years. And then DPCO is not applicable to those particular drugs.
But it seldom is applied, I can tell you that.
Sorry?
I said it is not easy to basically, get that kind of exemption, because in some way they also try and sort of get a price control in a different dimension. So I just wanted to.
The provisions of the DPCO para 32 are reasonably specific. They are objective. I would say they are not very subjective. So in that sense, whatever objectively satisfies those criteria, those get the exemption from operation of DPCO. One is that part. Secondly, we do consider incremental innovations for separate pricing also. Of course, incremental innovations are not kind of R&D and all those one molecule succeeding out of 10 or 100, those kind of those are not incremental innovations in that sense. But I would say that over a period of time, for example, the 95 DPCO was cost based, but the 2013 DPCO in its philosophy is market based. So it takes into account the market dynamics and it allows the market to operate. Of course, there are restrictions on those operations in terms of the scheduled drugs which have a ceiling price, and also for non-scheduled drugs there is a 10% per annum kind of a cap in terms of increase in prices. So I agree, these are all work in progress. This is a very, very complicated kind of landscape where balancing the requirements of affordability, innovation is a very, very complex and I mean, new challenges keep on coming in. But I can assure that we will be conscious of those challenges. We will take in account to those challenges and will be willing to work to address those challenges. But it is not perfect. I agree. Things are not perfect and things are in the process of, there are proposed changes also, which of course is the DOP's department's prerogative. We just advise, but I can tell you that department is actively considering some changes also. Thank you.
Thank you. So now that we are sort of coming to the winding down stage of this panel discussion, let me go to each one of you. Maybe I can start with Dr. Rajesh Bhushanji. Would you like to, give your concluding remarks after listening to the various comments?
Thank you. Two things that I would like to say at this stage of this discussion. One, that if we are serious about replicating and institutionalizing the changes that we have seen, and significant changes we have seen in the last year and a half of tackling the pandemic, various departments and ministries within Government of India will have to shun their territorial approach, and we would have to move towards, which I'm confident we have started that journey, move towards, as Dr. Sanjay Singh said, a single window system, which is part of multiple recommendations of multiple committees. So that's point number one. Point number two is that, and it happened in the last year and a half, we need to further institutionalize it. There has to be a constant dialogue between the regulator, the nodal ministries and departments, and the segment that is expected to ideate and innovate and then manufacture. And if in advance they are told that these are the priority areas, these are the requirements, this is the potential market size. If the product comes into being, then innovation becomes accelerated. We saw this happening with manufacture of diagnostic kits, to cite only one example in our country, where the regulator, the nodal ministries, the departments got together with the promoters, and this information was shared, and then hand-holding and technical assistance and all other kind of assistance was provided, and we saw the results today in most of these companies exporting their diagnostic kits outside the country. So these are two major sub-themes that I would like to underline going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gokhale, maybe I would ask you one question, and that is, you heard Dr. Sanjay Singh said that nowhere in the world do you need permission to start or initiate a program and take it into a preclinical level. So right now, of course, there is a lot of permissions required to actually even carry out preclinical studies. I mean, I hope that the regulatory reforms that we are talking about will allow companies to initiate a research program and then basically look at data and be able to go with a comprehensive dossier to allow an IND filing with a time-bound kind of approval. So what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I think we've been discussing this in RCGM and in fact have agreed to several times to be able to simultaneously do the PCT study as well as carry out the early pre-development part actually. I think we clearly need to harmonize the stuff to be able to make it successful, and there's no doubt about it. And there are bottlenecks and there are, mindsets, I think, more than anything else. And as we've been talking about, it's about, the way we feel about it. It's not really what is happening. And I think as all of you rightly said, actually, the biotech industry is such rapidly shifting, actually, in fact, my opinion. I mean, we're going to have stem cell mediated molecules. You have to have genetic mechanisms of being able to do this. And I think unless we open up our own regulatory processes, we are going to be lagging behind in doing really high-end, cutting-edge innovations in the industry, in the health sector. So I really think we really need to focus and harmonize efficiencies, as everybody has said. And I think we're all on the top of it. I think I'm sure we have a better future ahead. Thank
yes,
you.
I think this has been a very interesting discussion. I think we've had a very open discussion on various aspects, but it's good to see alignment of thinking that, we all need to basically work together, collaborate, break down the silos and just sort of focus on innovation, because at the end of the day, India needs to put itself on the map of innovation. And right now we are very, sort of sparse when it comes to the number of Indian innovations that we see globally. So I think it's of compelling self-interest for every one of us to basically, partner, collaborate, and work together to make sure that we remove all these deterrents and impediments and focus on bringing, new molecules to the market. Especially, it's not about the market, but it's bringing new molecules to patients and addressing unmet medical needs. And of course, I think despite whatever we might be discussing, I think we are all very, very focused on making sure that we cater to the patient needs in our country, which means we have to focus on affordable innovation. So I think that goes without saying. But let me end by thanking every one of you for your very valuable comments. And, I look forward to continuing this conversation and this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw, and everyone joining us today for this very important discussion and summit. Thank you. Moving to our last but not the least session for today, as we just heard our panelists in the previous session highlighting the importance of research and development and innovation in driving national capabilities, improving the business ecosystem, and stimulating the investments. While there are many elements to look at, but one of them definitely stands, which is bolstering the financing ecosystem for innovation, research, and development in the country. Again, I would like to take the privilege of introducing our panelists and moderator for today. We have with us Mr. Satish Reddy, Chairman, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, who is also our moderator for this session. Mr. Deepak Bagla, Managing Director and CEO, Invest India. Mr. Sanjay Murdeshwar, Managing Director, Novartis. Mr. Ramesh Swaminathan, CFO, Lupin. Dr. Prem Barur, Partner and Head of India, 8 Rose Ventures. Mr. Shashank Singh, Partner and Head of India Office, Apex Partners. Mr. Mithais Evers, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, co-leader of McKinsey's Global Life Sciences Research and Development. Without further ado, may I now request Mr. Reddy to take the discussion forward. Mr. Reddy, over to you.
Thank you, Srividya. I hope you're able to hear me. Okay. So thank you and welcome to our esteemed panelists and the distinguished audience for this session on funding and innovation for R&D. I know it's getting quite late, especially for the folks out here in India, but it's an exciting session, so please do stay tuned in. In fact, we were supposed to start with some comments by Mr. Anurag Jain, Secretary, DPIIT, but he's not able to make it today, unfortunately. But just to set the context before we move to the panel, as part of the committee, the R&D committee that worked on inputs to the government, it was led by Mr. Pankaj Patel, to enable the policy on R&D and innovation, and also on incentivizing and funding research. Several of the panelists that you will see on the session, this session today, they had contributed to these deliberations, and I would especially like to thank them for that at the very outset. Let me start off by saying that all of us do know the difficulties and also the risks that are associated with research, especially when it comes to the investments that we put behind it. It's risky when it comes to the long gestation, the failure rates involved in research, especially on the drug discovery side, the complexity that we talked about on regulations, and all of these things are known, but all the same, it's very important, drug discovery of time. And when it comes to experience in the discovery, we at Dr. Reddy's have gone through it. There are several startups who are going through it, several industries, academic institutions, and I must say it is difficult. Because it's just not one piece, when it comes to investments, but it's a whole ecosystem itself that needs to, come together when it comes to enabling innovation. Especially if I see it from the eyes of a, the scientist, entrepreneur, who has an idea, all he needs is not just a lab. He certainly needs more than, sorry about that. He obviously needs more than just a backing of an institution to take it forward. And we just heard from Dr. Paul and Madam Aparna and Dr. Vijay Raghavan, and also in the various regulatory sessions, a scientist should be working on progressing the idea, not just get mired in navigating complex regulations, which add to the uncertainty. And there's a need to look at the entire ecosystem to collaborate. Whether it's from industry, from academia, from institutions, from development agencies, and above all, money to do all this, and to pursue and to take big risks in the pursuit of discovery. And from my side, I've especially seen it firsthand, at Dr. Reddy's, because Dr. Reddy himself, way back when he started private sector discovery in 1992, he borrowed to invest in discovery initially, 14%. At that point of time, when he borrowed, the interest rates were pretty high. Sorry, at that point of time, it was pretty high in terms of the interest rates, almost 20% at the time. And even when we raised equity, when we proceeded to move on with it, it reached a time when the whole discovery played out, the risks played out, and then, in fact, in the chapter that Dr. Reddy wrote, he even had a full chapter on it, which was called the graveyard of the glitazars. It was almost unviable at one point of time, spending almost 14% of our sales on R&D, but we still kept going at it. And even at this point of time, we have tasted some success, but it's still is part of a journey in terms of what we do. Similarly, if you look at startups, from the perspective of startups, the support that they need through the entire life cycle of innovation, not just the beginning part. They also, if I see it from the other side, they also require incentives to continue to keep going at it, and also to take risks and not deal with uncertainty along the way. And if I see it from a policy level, from the government side, a lot of fiscal incentives that are needed to encourage innovation, for example, tax incentives for the industry, or direct funding itself by the government to support, especially infrastructure on the innovation hubs, policy support, and also to increase the scale of innovation, even through private partnership, or also if we see external funding, example from the VCs, from the private equity players, all this to build an ecosystem so that it attracts investments. I would just, to conclude my context setting, I would say that, IT industry, because of the incentives which the government gave, whether it was software parks, tax breaks, or whether it was ease in equity financing, IT industry grew tremendously. And that's a lesson that we can learn from. And also to, just to get perspectives, because now come back to the panelists to look at it from various perspectives, from the government side to financial institutions, from all angles. I would now invite opening comments from each of our panelists. I would request them to share their thoughts on one, what would be the opportunities from where we are at this point of time, that can contribute to an increase in funding for R&D and innovation, and also from their point of view, how do they see the current challenges? So if I can just invite Deepak, Mr. Deepak Bagla, to start off.
Satish, good to see you. And hi to everyone, morning, evening, depending on whichever time zones we are in. But Satish, I must first start by complimenting you and your team. You were the original guys who actually took on R&D in a big way. And I remember in my previous life, which was as an investment banker, that is something we always used to be looking at high valuations where you guys were concerned. But very quickly, coming back to the point which you brought about. First, let me give you a statistic. In the past 60 months, actually, if I add 10 more months, let me add it. In the past 70 months, we've opened over 1,000 R&D centers in India of global multinationals. Today, India is the #1 R&D destination for global multinationals having their R&D centers outside of their head office. Typically, if you look at it in the original construct, R&D always used to be attached to the head office, but typically, now that you're expanding. So that's the first point which I do want to bring about. And it is across sectors. I mean, I would say that pharmaceutical, healthcare, life sciences definitely is right up there. It's one of the top sectors there, but that is a movement which has already begun. And I'm sure there are reasons about it. There's an ecosystem, you have trained manpower, skilled manpower, which is required for it. And I also believe when I speak to a number of these investors, and let me just introduce myself a little to each one of you. The reason why I'm telling you these statistics is because as I work for Invest India, which is the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency of the government. And effectively, we are the first point of contact for an investor when they're looking to be in India. So this is the statistics which I get from our daily working. And I'm seeing these numbers expand exponentially. In fact, even during the pandemic, when we've had the worst unprecedented lockdown, the number of requests which we are working on to open R&D centers or to facilitate them for global corporations has gone up. Now, let me just very briefly, Satish, do you want me to end here? And this just as an opening comment, and then we can take it later.
Sure, we can come back to you because I'll come back to you, Deepak, to get more into the details after this.
Because if you let me go, I'll go on for the next hours, which is not going to be very fair. Thank you, Satish.
No
let
problem.
me take it back.
Sure. Thanks, Deepak, for those starting comments. I now go on to Sanjay Murdeshwar from Novartis. Sanjay, over to you.
First of all, again, thank you so much for having me here, Satish, and all of the fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll make just a couple of facts, which again, just trying to understand more about the science behind discovery. There are 10,000 known diseases, but only 500 diseases actually have treatment, very strangely. There are 20,000 genes in the human body, but only around, I think, 60% or so have a transcriptome is non-coding RNA. And there are 20,000 known proteins, but only 3% targeted by drugs today. So I think we can all agree that if opportunity is what funding is required to conduct research, then I think that's certainly huge. So the question which therefore I would like to propose, I think from an opportunity perspective is really about which part of the entire journey of discovery or research or development that we in India can be very good at which we have specific opportunities that we can bet very specific areas. So there are three opportunities, if I may just quickly just say that, and then we can go into debates later. I think number one opportunity that we have, I believe, is our skills in data and digital to serve research and discovery, because we'll all agree is that research is now no more about pipettes and labs and test tubes. It's really becoming more of a computing challenge. And since it's a computing challenge now, one of the big strengths we have in India is our understanding of data analysis, computer scientists who can offer not just hardware, but the software part of the research. And this is where I believe funding can be massively important and to some extent a function of known unknowns, and so relatively less risky to start off from. So a lot of computing that can be used. The second element is very simply shifting our investments, and massive opportunity, again, building on India's strengths, from classical research into chemistry, in which India is very strong, to building an adjacent area, which is technology platforms. Again, here, in addition to the funding for discovery and development of drug candidates, funding is needed for research on new technology platforms for validating targets and therapeutics. And I know a lot of venture capitalists and fellows here have taken huge amount of interest in companies developing these new platforms. I'll give some examples of that later when we debate more. And third, last but not the least, is the principal investors in drug development and the opportunity differs at every stage. And therefore, while basic discovery research is massively long-term and sometimes generational in discovery. So truly, only the government, with all of its institutes, whether it's the Institute of Statistics or Center of Cell and Biology, the IITs and AIIMS, can really step up here, because I can't imagine any country in the world where basic fundamental discovery is not started by public institutions and government-funded institutions, and then, of course, followed by late-stage development, which is funded by pharmaceutical companies or venture capitalists. So I think those are the real three big opportunities which I feel we can really build on. And conversely, so Satish, I think the research and the opportunities are also the challenge, and how do we navigate through this process? Stop.
Great. Thanks very much, Sanjay, for those the insights from a multinational industry perspective. Especially when you said that there are three different areas: digital, the skills that already exist in India, especially chemistry, and the platforms that we already have. If I can move on to Shashank from Apex, again, this is just opening comments, just to reflect on what could be the opportunities, especially looking at it from different perspectives. We heard from the government, Deepak, and we've heard just now from Sanjay from an industry, but also if you see it from more like from a private equity, right? Would like to hear from you. It's like from your side, where do you see the opportunities and current challenges, and probably we'll move on to solutions after that.
Sure.
Shashank.
Thank you, Satish, and good evening to everybody. Thank you for having me on this panel. I want to start, Satish, with a description of what one of our companies in the medtech space, medical consumables, medical devices space, called Healthium Medtech, is doing right now. And this is a company based in India, manufacturing almost entirely in India, and make for the world, really. Make in India, serve the world. And so Healthium Medtech has 22 patents in India, 12 in the US, and has filed another 30 patents across India, US, and Europe, right? And a few years ago, this was a tiny company in the medtech space, competing with the giants, multinational giants, Johnson & Johnson, Medtronic, very familiar names. And yet this is at quite a small scale, the type of innovation R&D that we have been able to do with this company. I should say the management really has done, and the scientists in the company and so on. So it's not as if, and Deepak sort of talked about some of this, that look, we are already, India is a location for a lot of R&D for global companies in India. I would argue actually there's fundamental work going on in India as well, right? But having said that, that's just one example. Having said that, I want to pick up on a word you use, Satish, and it's been used kind of throughout the day, which is really ecosystem. And Sanjay also sort of referred to that. Now, I would say, look, if you, exactly as Sanjay said, if you want to take a long-term view to how do you drive fundamental research through R&D, which, if you have that base, and it's almost like a virtuous circle, right, or cycle. The more you do, the more it begets. And there are classic examples for this. There's Silicon Valley on the tech side. There's the Boston sort of ecosystem or cluster in biotech. There's Silicon Fen and that area around Cambridge in the UK. It needs that entire ecosystem to work together. I represent one small piece of that ecosystem, which is late stage funding. Prem is there for early stage funding, but it needs the university systems to work. It needs government funding because, as Sanjay said, fundamental research doesn't have the ROI or the payback period that a commercial organization would fund. It needs to be research done for research's sake, right? And so that is why you find that a lot of this innovation originally came out of great universities around the world. But even within those universities, the funding for a lot of those programs came from the government. And so we kind of have to almost look at it from a systems-wide thinking and ecosystem thinking. Who are the players? We need government to play. We need universities and educational institutions to play. We need early stage funding to play. We need entrepreneurs to play. We need late stage companies, yours and Ramesh's, and actually Sanjay's to play. We need later stage funding like ourselves to play. We need an equity market also, which is able to give exits to play. All of this kind of, it's almost system-wide thinking, and you can't attack any one piece of it in isolation. You have to think of it together. So let me stop there, but that's kind of how I think about the problem, right? It's that old story of, 4 blind men in a room with an elephant, and each of them was feeling a different part of the elephant and describing the tusk, the tail, the trunk, the legs. But you need someone with a picture of the whole elephant to sort of tell you, look, this is it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with you on that, Sanjay, because even in the initial conversations that we had while forming the recommendations for the committee, you were stressing on this ecosystem, saying that it's not just because the question then was, why won't you invest, and take bigger risks? And then you were pointing out saying that it's just not you, it's the whole ecosystem, unless that whole thing develops in its entirety, all the way, encouraging everyone to take those risks. It can't just be one person doing it, right? So that's something. So I think it's a good segue to also move on to Prem now. From your point of view, how do you see it? Especially the late stage funding that you really put your money, and then where do you see the missing gaps and things like that, and the challenges, if I put it that way. Prem?
Yeah, good evening, Satish. Thank you for having me here, and of course, thanks to the IPA and Sudarshan Jain and Shirish Belapure for having me here. It's going to be hard to match this panel in terms of providing insights, but I'll make an attempt. So I guess just as context, I represent 8 Roads Ventures, which is the proprietary investment arm for Fidelity in India. And we have over a dozen people that are completely focused on life sciences and healthcare investing across the spectrum. But as Shashank said, more at the early to mid-growth level stages. And beyond a personal aspiration, of course, there is a selfish professional interest in seeing the innovation ecosystem on the life sciences and healthcare front develop in the country. And as I look at it, I think that what we need, and some of the panelists have spoken about this earlier, I think you need a concerted focus across stakeholders to build what I think is an innovation eco-centric or an innovation-centric ecosystem. And if I were to put a timeline to it, I said, look, if we can achieve it over the next decade, I think that will be excellent. We've seen China move up that curve. We've seen Israel do it really well. We see high-level medical device innovation coming out of Israel. And even as Shashank said, if you look at the Cambridge, Boston, Massachusetts areas, 10, 12 years ago, Kendall Square, right, which is the tea stop outside of MIT, would be a desolate place, right? But in the last decade, that has transformed into a bustling Silicon Valley equivalent for life sciences. And I think in my mind, the starting point needs to be to emphasize building the foundations for such an ecosystem. In my mind, one You need a funnel for innovation, I think, coming from the industry to coming from academia, but also, through programs which might be like an A-star in Singapore, being able to translate that to a commercial, product or a commercial application. Number two, you need IP protection, right, and safeguarding. Number three, you need the driving of a talent pool that is best in class, that can coexist, that can brainstorm ideas, whether that happens, through innovation hubs, where people are coming together and making mistakes, I guess, together and innovating together. And fourth, I think, as you said it, Satish, I think support from the government. And in my mind, I think more in the form of grants and subsidies that drive scale up, so that all of that becomes a virtuous cycle. If I contrast that with the challenges that I see getting there, I think all of these are doable in my mind. It's a matter of when and not if. If I see the challenges in my mind, there are two big ones. One is, how do we make being an innovator an attractive career option today in the life sciences and healthcare field, which is rewarding you both financially, beyond just your passions. I think being passionate is necessary, but it's not sufficient. And if you look at NCL in Pune, where Dr. Premnath has done an excellent job spawning an innovation hub, you see very passionate entrepreneurs doing it a lot more, just to be an entrepreneur than financial rewards in this life sciences innovation sector. And number two, you need a market, a domestic market that rewards this innovation. So we need to create some success stories, even if it is 5, 6 success stories that will then feed off each other and create a lot more. So I'll stop there, Satish, unless you have questions.
Sure. Thanks, Prem. I do have questions. I will come back to it subsequently after hearing more from Ramesh and Matthias also. But I think great points, especially on the challenges, just to look at it from the overall, point of view, especially if you see it from an innovator, right? So where is he going at it, from his perspective. And also this, the point that you said that you need a funnel, of opportunities, right? Of enough things out there, to invest in. And all those also, needing a market, especially if they need to get the reward. So important points. I'll come back on that. Moving on to you, Ramesh, again from an industry perspective. I've just briefly talked about our experience in terms of what happened as part of a journey, but more especially looking at the current situation, because the things like whatever the policymakers spoke about in the earlier sessions, that there is this research and investment linked scheme coming in, that they're talking about various other areas, but more from a purely company's point of view, right? Especially looking at the risks that we all face, especially when we are want to invest, right? So and then looking at all those areas. Obviously, there are more opportunities in terms of what the government could address in terms of probably good tax breaks and things like that. But what else do you see? From company's point of view, on what, say, you would request, say, Deepak at this point of time to also say, from the government, we need this, right? So what else do you think we should look at this?
Surely, Satish, thank you very much for having me on. In your speech, you spoke about the fact that the risk associated with innovation is pretty high. And as you would recognize, to bring a molecule to market, it generally takes about $1 billion. Not to speak of just the risk. It's binary. Either you have a product or you don't have a product. You also spoke about the fact that the entire ecosystem has to kind of rise to get us to that stage. And we seem to be really far away from that. The Indian companies are, small in terms of, overall size and still evolving. So to the extent they just do not have the deep pockets to carry on with that. And unless there is tremendous amount of support from the government, it is going to be pretty difficult. And the government support could take various forms, including incentives and the like. This just because of the fact that the rest of the world really seems to have got their act right when it comes to that. When you speak about America, the kind of government support, you're talking about at least 35% when it comes to drug development. In China, it's close to about 40%. The quantum of funds available between $30 to $35 billion when it comes to America, $40 billion when it comes to China and the like, and a host of other things as well. So I think from our perspective, I think incentivizing incentives by the government, in terms of tax reduction would be an imperative. We had the super deduction of 200% on R&D some time ago. It is brought down to 150%. That's Section 35(2)(ab) for you. But since March 2020, we don't have that. But whilst if we talk about the other countries, USA, Japan, China, they are incentivizing R&D, but we seem to have regressed. Some of these, tax laws that we have, in fact, puzzles me really. We have, in fact, a patent box regime, which is there in other parts of the globe. But if you actually have that, and if there is, this seems to be exemptions for, in fact, income coming in from India, but when it comes to global patents, etc., it seems to be, we're not in a position to kind of exploit it because that is not available for us. I could talk about a host of other, measures that the government could do to actually, to take us to a different level. I could also talk about the fact that, the accounting nuances between IFRS and FASB seem to be working against us. And if you talk about US-based firms, they are an advantage because FASB is more rule-based accounting, whilst and exemptions there for certain industries. But you speak about Indian companies, we follow Ind AS, which is based on IFRS, and there's more principle-based accounting. Under FASB, for example, if a financial investor is willing to take R&D risk, then it is off the books of the pharma company. Of course, it is at a higher cost of funding. IFRS would still require this to be recorded as a liability in the books of the pharma company. Thus, there is more pressure on IFRS, based companies based in India at least. There are a lot of things that we can do when it comes to, in fact, return on investment for innovation, and a lot more that can be done when it comes to innovative funding itself. But I'll wait for a later opportunity to speak about all of that.
Sure. Thanks, Ramesh. Moving on to Matthias for your comments. Your colleague Jake Henry earlier in the session, talked about if the opportunities were to be used at this point of time from just being a pharmacy to the world, India when it went about from APIs to generics to various spaces in the pharmaceutical chain in different parts of the value chain. How do you see the opportunities from your side if you have to move to the next stage, innovate in India? And then, it's like to really be out there as one of the top competitors there. So how do you really see this moving forward, Matthias?
Satish, thank you very much. And I mean, it's a real honor to be here with you, with everyone, and serving the purpose of, actually pushing India to get more into the innovative space. So it's a very tough question. Let me try a little bit to start this discussion. And I mean, with my esteemed colleagues here, it's not so easy to add now, but let me try and answer along three themes. The one would be, it is actually a unique time. And I heard that a little bit, but I really want to emphasize it for funding biomedical innovation. And that's actually perhaps also to raise awareness, to raise interest, I mean, which you all need to make these changes. Secondly, it's intrinsically difficult, and anyone else saying so that would be almost foolish. So let's acknowledge a little bit the difficulty. But I would also say there are very clear recipes emerging. I heard already China, I heard the US, etc. I won't belabor the point, just maybe one or two quick examples. So very quickly to back up these 3 points. Why is it unique? We see a real confluence of progress in bioscience with computation, data, automation, and Sanjay touched on it a little bit. This has actually fundamental innovation potential. I mean, we call it the biorevolution. We have published on it. There's research available on it. But it makes the point that now's the time to reap the fruit of that progress. I mean, we estimate 2 to 4 trillion economic potential over the next 20 years. It's just to raise the bar also. This is not about, could we also have this one more product? It's actually a real innovation opportunity. Now, why is it difficult? And I mean, I really liked Satish, how you started this panel, because typically there's enough money available. It's not that we can't find money. It's this very careful orchestration of science, of talent, and of money. Some of you have used the word ecosystem, but that orchestration is difficult. And if I say now there are a couple of recipes emerging, let me very quickly. One, I would look at China. China, in 2016, the ADIPEC, that a group of pharmaceutical associations sat together, had a discussion almost like us, and it was very much a top-down systems approach. what player does play what role, how does the regulatory environment help us, how are trials easier, the tech side, the IP side, etc. Exactly as we said, but this is a system view. It's not like saying, how do we get more money? It was a systems approach, and we have seen quite some progress over the last 5 years. Secondly, boosting venture capital, because venture capital has an important role to play here. And there's also lots of efforts in Europe to boost that class, because Europe is also struggling a little bit, because funding is not a one-time event, it's longitudinal. And the early stages work well in Europe, the mid stages not so well. Everybody's moving to the US, and happy to talk more about it. And again, I would come to capital finds the talent, and it's not the other way around. So what could really India stand for? And that I heard that also. What's the sweet spot? I mean, I strongly believe in the capabilities, also this combination with computing. There is a sweet spot, but it needs to have credibility, both from the academic side and maybe with a marquee investor. And my last closing is maybe to bring a little bit optimism. I mean, locations get on the map very quickly. Over 5 years, we have seen that. I mean, let's think about this. Boston, Cambridge, we talk about, and maybe I take the 30-year time frame, but in the 80s, it was all in Europe. And now look where we are. So maybe a little bit optimism at the end, but let me stop here and see where we go in the discussion.
Absolutely. Certainly, there's a great amount of potential in terms of, where we started with, as far as the country is concerned on innovation, where companies went into this. And if you see the point where we have come to it, that the point of inflection point was used quite a bit by various policymakers today, saying that we are in a good position. All right. There are certain elements which are there, but important thing I'm hearing from all panelists is, it's like it all needs to come together. It can't just be one piece of it. It has to be orchestrated well. The different parts of the ecosystem need to be strengthened. And moving forward, there's plenty that can be achieved. So again, if I can go back to Deepak, Deepak, in the beginning, you certainly painted out the opportunities. But if I'm again were to see it from a point of view of the government, right, especially from a point which is about direct support, right? It can be the direct budget support. It can be, from the already existing schemes which are present either through BIRAC or, through the various organizations which are there. What could be those 3-4 things maybe that you would say that if unshackled, right, or if there's a policy which can, give a boost to all these things, what would those 3-4 things be, and what can the government be willing to do?
So let me start, Satish, by saying, this is a stated objective of the government. They do want to see, and it's not just in isolation that the government has come up with this focus, but there's been a lot of stakeholder feedback on that one. And we are seeing results of it, where we do want to see India right up there where R&D is concerned. And that's where we're already beginning to see a momentum happening. One of the very interesting words you used was orchestrated. Joining the dots is very critical in this field. And I don't know if Professor Raghavan mentioned it, but one of the things which Professor Raghavan's team is doing is a special program called AGNI, AGNII, the Accelerated Growth of New India Innovation. In fact, it's the Invest India team which is executing it, and that's why I want to speak about it. What they are doing there is tying the dots between the stakeholders, between academia, business, government, the R&D center, and also doing a fast track of taking innovation to commercialization. But another interesting element which is happening within the AGNI program is how they're trying to tie the dots and join people within the same silos or within the same verticals, not silos. One of the things which we realized, and more so in the R&D center, R&D across the globe, actually, it's not just an Indian phenomenon, they tend to work in silos. The ability to trust somebody else is not at the highest of levels. And there is a lot of duplication which is happening across. And frankly, in many ways, you could see that funding could be better utilized if you could all bring them together. It could also speed up the outcomes. So essentially what I also hear in some of the meetings is that now we've got to start focusing on research with some outcomes and hopefully with some timelines attached to it. So I'm leaving innovation out of it, Satish, yet. Okay, I'm not coming to innovation. because I think that entire piece on the startup side has done exceptionally well. Now talking about capital, it does require deep pocket patient capital. There's no doubt about it. I mean, especially the kind of research which we are discussing today. The interesting thing is there are pockets of capital available within the system. In fact, one of the statistics there, and I'm wanting to see how, I mean, the government's effort is how we can broad-base this. 90% of the funding for R&D is just going to about 10% of the academic institutions. That's for academia. Why don't you broad-base that? You have a larger number of academic institutions which are now coming in play. And the interesting element there is, and this is where I draw a parallel with what happened on our startup scheme. You see, the interesting thing, by the way, I must tell you, it's one of a fascinating business school case study of how astute policy, which is based on a lot of stakeholder consultation, and very good outcome-based execution can give you a result that within, when was Startup India launched? January 16, 2016? So we're just about 60 months away from that. In 60 months, India today is number 3 in the world in number of unicorns, number 2 in the world in number of startups, and number 1 in the world in new startups adding every day. But I'll tell you what I'm coming to. What I'm coming to is very interesting. Today, out of the 739 odd districts of India, I have a registered startup in over 700 districts. Now I'm coming back to innovation and to a point on that one. And sorry, I'm digressing a bit. But the point which I'm bringing there is that each of these is working on areas which need not have been areas which are worked on in a typical metro, larger city setting issues, challenges. And that is broad basing the kind of problems and solutions which are being created. And at each of those levels, there's very interesting level of funding, from creating prototypes to providing equity, to providing debt, and also to providing market access or to government procurement. So if I look at that startup learning process where they've been able to bring about incentives and including capital at each stage of that entire chain, now that needs to be seen how to bring it down into where R&D in deep science is concerned, let's say, in many ways. And yes, what I have seen is that we are not seeing, for example, we have a fund of funds for startup. We've got about $2 billion, and I used to be on the investment committee on that one. The number of VCs coming into us, we hardly had anybody who was looking to be funding deep science or R&D. VCs have a shorter time frame. And, you know, so those pools of capital are there. But after having said that, I must say, there is decent amount of capital which is lying in pools, both with the state governments, with the central government. But it can't be done by the government alone. It has to be a joint effort. And the fact does remain, and it could be to a point where maybe we do not have very large size companies, but how many companies in India are there which are spending 3 or 4 or 5% on R&D? And that is also a core business of business. So looking at it even from that perspective, we can all say that yes, an ecosystem needs to be created. And I'm seeing, and hopefully with these kind of discussions and the kind of things which are happening now, and a focused discussion on this one, hopefully we will see that percentage grow up. But yes, as a final point, I would want to say that joining the dots is something where there's better utilization of resources, which is happening. There's a fast tracking of more capital coming into it. And there's also greater outcomes coming out of it. And that is what is now the primary focus where the government is concerned, and a number of activities which we are doing. Back to you, Satish.
Thanks, Deepak. I think you do make the important point from a government thinking at this point of time, especially the fact that one is we need to join the dots clearly, and this is an attempt, right? So in terms of this whole R&D committee recommendations given to the policymakers putting out the draft R&D policy, the dialogues like this, because there will still be unanswered questions, unfinished business, if I may put it that way, which still needs to be done. But before I go back to the VC, private equity, I also wanted to get a view from Sanjay. Novartis, if you see, in the past, you have moved your, not moved, I would say, you expanded your R&D centers to China. If I recollect, almost there was a $200 million investment at one point of time. And then obviously at that point of time, India was not the rightful place for a multinational because of the IP issues. But for a moment, if I keep the IP issues aside, because it's just one contentious issue which is still, to be resolved from your point of view. But even outside of that, what else would you think would limit your company's, say, thinking, from investing into India? Because we are again talking about pieces of the puzzle, and then now you've heard, lots of commitment happening. What would you say maybe those 2-3 things which would, actually encourage you to say that, yes, this India is the place to invest when it comes to R&D or innovation?
Right. No, thanks so much, Satish. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Shashank talked about it. I think the first element, I think for what it is worth, it is talent. I think, as you know, I just wanted to make that point a little more. We are very good at chemistry, but research of the future is in biology and in biochemistry. And therefore, what is the type of talent that we have in India that can really do the work? I'm sure all of the VCs would agree with me. Of course, investments and great technology is important, but really the talent and the caliber of the people really is important. I think it was an IPA study, if I'm not mistaken, which I remember reading somewhere, that in India, we just have, I think, around 1,500 PhDs of biochemistry. And in the US, there are 15,000 PhDs of biochemistry graduating every year. Now, that's not possible for a country of our size and the talent pool that we have, that we go towards the right areas of research. So I think number one, I think has to be the talent. Number two, I think would be, to some extent, understanding what we can absolutely make, why we should invest in India and what are the big strengths that India brings us. And the big strengths that India brings us is I mentioned it earlier, is the massive amount of work, the massive amount of talent we have in the data digital computing area. We would like to, and as I said, research is becoming, or discovery is becoming a computing challenge now. And therefore, if we can have, again, very great policies to ensure that we can continuously focus on drug regulatory system changes, or strengthen the clinical trial institution, or optimize basic research on innovative science, technology by promoting technological achievements, or improving legislation for compensation, and so on and so forth. I think if we all of these put together, then we can really use the talent that we have in India for computing far more. We have, as you know, already invested. We have nearly 2,500 of these talents already in Hyderabad, and we are attracting, and we're doing a lot of work for global clinical development, but not so much work in basic discovery and research, where it's really about data pools and how do we do the work there. And last but not the least, I think it has the investments in research. If I'm not mistaken, it was mentioned by you, Prem. There is a return that is required at the end of the day. And if the return is lucrative, then everybody is going to invest. And I think if I may be a contrarian and talk about it, the reason people invest in the US is because it's a $150 billion pharmaceutical market. Why people invest in China is going to become a $100 billion pharmaceutical market, and innovation is paid for. And therefore, if we know where the innovation is, where the markets are, I think to some extent, usually investments follow research, and then it really is a snowball effect from there on. So I think if the opportunity is there, then the returns will always come, and everything fits.
Certainly. Thanks, Sanjay. It will take time. All these are multi-year efforts, especially when you say talent, there's a certain talent available, which we're happy with. But I think the innovation that is required for the future requires a different kind of a talent. A lot of it has to be the seed in our academic institutions. A lot of it has to come from overseas if you're able to attract talent from abroad. Certainly agree on that point. Maybe I'll just shift back to the VCs and the private equity players. Starting with you, Shashank, again, you heard Deepak say that there are things that the government can do, and it is willing to do. And also we heard in, I think, one of the sessions earlier that example was given, I think again it was Jake Henry from McKinsey. He also talked about Israel as an example, where I think to encourage, or maybe I think it was China to a certain extent, that there was a joint effort, right? There was a certain funding which came from the government, and then the VCs also, had a pull into this. And then that spurred some kind of funding startups and things like that. So if I were to talk about, say, gaps in India, and then from a VC point of view, private equity point of view, where do you see things can change, and what would you suggest?
It's a great question, Satish, and I'll give you what I'd call a conventional answer, and I'll give you a little bit of an unconventional answer, actually building on what Sanjay and Prem have talked about. I'd say the conventional answer is, look, the government already has, Deepak alluded to the pools of capital that are there. The government already has some programs, BIRAC being an example. And in fact, one of the companies that Healthium recently acquired is a beneficiary of BIRAC funding, and that has been very, very helpful for fundamental research and an innovative product in bandages, in antimicrobial bandages that they brought out. So the conventional answer is, look, whether it is in India or in China or in the US, government funding alongside commercial or VC funding that's searching for returns. Singapore is very good at it as well, where the government funds these hubs. I think that would be very helpful, right? And the government does it to some extent, but it can do a lot more. Identify experts, very focused, focus them also on regional hubs, because as we know, these ecosystems develop around certain places, and there's a reason why ecosystems build on each other. That's the conventional answer. And then, Ramesh also referred to tax and other areas, and frankly, there's work to be done on tax. There's work to be done on allowability of incentives, tax incentives, carry forwards. There's work to be done on IP rules, and there was an IP regime that was perhaps more fit for purpose for a generic era, versus if we are now moving to an innovation, we need to kind of evolve that a little bit. So all of that is there, but to my mind, those are solvable problems. I think the softer aspect of this, and again, Deepak alluded to it, to say, look, it took a concerted effort, it took some years of effort, but once you started to get those success stories, the types that Prem referred to, one unicorn led to the next and the third and so on, VCs piled in, and it's led to an acceleration in that. We very much need that on the innovation and healthcare innovation side, life sciences innovation. And Sanjay gave an interesting statistic that there's 15,000 biomedical PhDs in the US and only 1,500 in India, and look at the discrepancy in scale. I don't know the answer to it. I'd ask the further question, of those 15,000, how many of them are actually Indian? And, I would guess a very high proportion, right, in the US, which means they grew up here. They did their schooling here. They did probably their first degree here, but then decided, look, there really isn't any great graduate institution of high quality, or where I can write great peer-reviewed papers, or that will give me funding for my program, or if I want to commercialize some of my innovation and research, that I will have that large payoff, the type that Prem talked about, right? But there's lots of those success stories in America, right? So let me just pack my bags, go to America, and America, for the most part, has been very welcoming of that kind of person and human capital. And I think we need to reverse that. We need to make it, to plagiarize. It's worth their while. sorry, I don't know if where you lost me. What I was saying was, it is really important to make the prize big enough for someone that they want to come back, that the success stories are here, that they're ringing the bell on the stock exchange, right? And they're on the front pages of the Economic Times. The reason why people don't always do everything for money. There are other reasons. They want to be a success. They want to be viewed as a success. They want to become a role model. And I think all of those are something that we should focus on. Back to the point I made on system-wide thinking.
Sure, great. That's good points made, Shashank. Especially, looking at the overall picture, that there are certainly things that can be done. Prem, you want to add on to that, especially if I were to also talk about some of the things that Shashank also mentioned, some of the tax issues and all that, but more from a regulatory part of it, not regulatory, in terms of pathway of products approval and things like that. I'm not talking about that. It's more from the companies that you invest in, and also if more foreign capital were to come in, what are the problems that you face or the hurdles you face from the regulatory side, in your area, and then what can be done about it?
Yeah, look, I think the problem transcends just the regulatory aspect. I think as VC investors, as we evaluate, some of these innovative biopharmaceutical and medical device companies, and I wish there were more that we could evaluate than the number we see today. I think the mantra for us is very simple. I think number one, we want to see a large market. Number two, we want to see talent. And number three, we should be able to exit at some point. And when I think about the market, which is where the regulatory aspect plays a role, I think it is okay to have an innovation landscape that is dependent on a Western market, as as Sanjay said, for commercialization. But it is better if there is also a domestic market that is large enough for these companies to be able to commercialize their products. And that will, in my mind, catalyze the innovation ecosystem. We've seen that, in China, as Sanjay said, and of course, we've seen that in the US. And the two enablers for that, one is a faster path to market on the regulatory side. I think, you're now beginning to see clarity on medical device innovation and separating it out from pharma products. But until a couple of years ago, there was the same pathway for both devices as well as for drugs. We invested, beyond the 20 that we have. One of our investments is in a cellular therapy company, right, for cancer called Immunil, and that company is of course going through the regulatory pathway for its products, and the regulators are getting educated about the pathway, right? And I think that only lengthens the time, and time is opportunity cost for us, for the company, and things like that. And it's often the first or second company that has to educate the regulators before the third one is able to leverage all of the learnings to get a faster path to market. So how do you get a faster path to market? Number two, once you get to the market, what happens, right? How do you make sure that there is a reward for the innovation that happens? What would be very helpful to see is, look, can the government partner on procurement? Can the government partner to, split, the cost of the drug? Because that price times volume equation needs to work, Satish, for innovation to be profitable. And if the price is not going to be the China price or the US price, then at least the volume needs to work. And the government, I think, can play a very seminal role in driving that. So that's one. The second, I think, in my mind, that is important and also encompasses the regulatory aspect is the talent part that both Sanjay and Shashank talked about. And of course, we have great wet chemistry talent, right? And I think biology talent is also growing. I've been doing this now for 14 years in the same segment. And, if I look at biology talent 14 years ago to now, we are in a very different place. It has grown, I think, thanks to biosimilar development. You and other companies have done it. Interesting biologics, vaccines, etc. So biology is growing, but then you don't see enough high quality clinical development talent. You don't see enough high quality regulatory talent in terms of in terms of driving the introduction of new products to the market, being able to interface with the US FDA and say, look, this is what's required, this is not what's required. How do I lay out my clinical development plan, my clinical trial, interface with the Indian regulators? So all of that talent needs to be best in class, right? And there, if I look at China, and with all of its controversy, the one program that I thought was quite critical in driving talent back from the US to China was the 1,000 Talents program, right? Where the government basically chose several hundred people, including, interestingly, a couple of colleagues from our who were asked to come back and who were asked to move to the government. They were given money, they were given resources, but that has really catalyzed, the whole innovation ecosystem in China. And so talent, in my mind, from a regulatory perspective, is also very important. And the third thing that's important is, our ability to exit, right? Of course, the seed stage investor needs a Series A investor. The Series A investor needs a Series B investor. But finally, you need, and ironically, now in the US, and we are prolific investors in the drug discovery landscape in the US under a separate brand. But now in the US, seed rounds itself are becoming $100, $200 million rounds because the capital markets are so evolved that you raise the $100, $200 million seed round, and then 3 years later, the company goes public, even with early stage programs. So you need a capital markets mechanism that is able to support and reward innovative companies, right? So you need people to appreciate, pre-revenue companies, appreciate R&D. You need an analyst community that can understand pre-revenue companies, that can understand the value of IP and things like that. So in my mind, it transcends beyond just a regulatory problem, I think, to solving these three pillars as I see it. Sorry, long-winded answer to your question, Satish.
No problem. Pretty important, Prem, especially looking at examples, of say, for example, you talked about China, how things have happened there. So maybe I will just take that question to Matthias, from an aspect of saying China also was in a situation where they did not have this innovation, right? So they started much, much later. In fact, India has started this journey much earlier. Several companies got into this, Lupin, Dr. Reddy's, Glenmark, Zydus, whole host of companies got into this much earlier. But then China started late. And then, for various things, 1,000 Talents, which Prem talked about when it came to talent, or when it came to VCs, the support given by the government. What other things would you say that China did very well? But here again, it's not to compare that similar things would apply to India. But then if you were to look at India and then say from the discussion that we've heard so far, what additional things that India could do, learning from experience? It could be China, it could be other countries which have embarked on being successful on this path of innovation. What lessons could be learned from that? Okay.
Thank you, Satish. Let me try to start with China, but raise a few examples. I mean, I really like this theme and Prem, that you brought up the 1,000 talents, because I mean, I have now had the honor to see quite some discovery labs at the East Coast, West Coast in the US. And frankly, there are many Indian talents. I mean, first generation, sometimes second generation. And so I do wonder, is that actually either the access, I mean, some kind of collaboration with the US, or frankly, what's the India talent program? Because there's ton of super talented people. So, Satish, to stay in the question, I think that made a big difference. And I would say functional capabilities, as just came up, regulatory, but frankly also entrepreneurial. So what we also, I mean, we have sometimes a challenge in Europe. We have great scientists, but not necessarily great bio-entrepreneurs. That comes as they grow these companies, as they make the step out of academia. But talent, that talent program was a big one. My second one is, And I'm hopeful that such a discussion like today can make a difference, because I really go back to 2016, where the R&D heads across China came together, multinational, locals, etc., and basically said, and it started similar to your comments, what is the system design? A big impediment was the regulatory system. So how do we accelerate trial timelines? How do we get clearer in terms of how to run trials, etc.? And that became a big attractor. Now, I'm not saying that trials necessarily is identical and needs to be the attractor for India, but almost this logic, as we discussed today, through the hurdles. And there were, I mean, you can even look, I mean, there are a lot of public white papers who said through the system design, they touched on tax as well, but I think a lot was on regulatory trial timelines and the talent program. I would raise another example on funding. I mean, and that's the Innovative Medicines Initiative out of Europe, IMI. So Europe in mid-2000, so it started 2013, was actually in a phase where there was a real recommitment to drug innovation. Not yet this where we are now, that what I call the biorevolution. But what they set up is the largest private-public collaboration across the world. And the initial wave, 2013 to 18, was a 2 billion effort, 1 billion from industry, 1 billion from public. And so, I mean, it's almost this idea, it was a matching. So how that worked is actually not peanut butter spreading. It was actually, let's make project proposals. Some projects actually could be semi-competitive, so multiple companies together. And I mean, those would be proposed, matching of funding, industry partly in kind, not always dollars to dollars. And that led to efforts like the lead screening factory, so real capabilities that brought the industry forward. But I would say that there are quite some interesting funding ideas, I would say. And then certainly I would say Israel was mentioned. Israel had a real strategy effort. UK had a real life science strategy effort. Singapore had a very focused effort. So what is actually the strategic focus? What's the path? I mean, be it starting on manufacturing backwards, a little bit how, I mean, from my perspective, some areas looked at. Some innovation forward, let's say UK with the golden triangle from really renowned universities forward, and then bringing in lead marquee investors like you see Cambridge in the UK together with AstraZeneca, also GSK. Or maybe I stop here, Satya. I mean, that touches almost talent, capital, and that public-private collaboration a little bit, these ideas.
Absolutely makes sense. That's good examples from other countries. Ramesh, if you can get back to you, you talked more about the fiscal part of it, right? So the tax breaks and it's like various other regulations and things like that. But if you were to see more on the non-fiscal side, right? So from an industry, from a company like yours, because I know you have this MALT1 inhibitor that you licensed out, and then in the other programs that you're working, if you were to do things differently, right? Again, where do you see the missing pieces? I mean, would you see it as, say, again, if I go back to Chinese example, there was also this an availability of the market, right? Reimbursement from the government for products registered in China, innovated products, for example. That could be one. Any such ideas come to your mind outside of just the purely fiscal ones?
Yeah, surely. So I won't revisit this entire framework of taxation around R&D. Of course, Shashank certainly said it is actually solvable. So we'll move on to other areas for sure. I spoke about accounting, but I think something which I think the government can really help on is essentially ROI for innovation. And Prem did bring that about. We did talk about, in fact, a pretty large market, but the fact of the matter is the per capita income in India is particularly low. So I would think patient assistance programs for diseases with India-specific burden, a lot of things could be diabetes to colorectal cancer and all of that. If the government could do something about that, it would be good. You could also talk about, in fact, direct subsidies to compensate for a lower price, 50% differential between India and others, so that exists, so it's potentially if you can have a direct subsidy scheme, perhaps, that could also be addressed. Prem also spoke about, other things, and I think my other co-panelists were talking about public-private partnerships and the like. From an industry perspective, I think one should also look at other innovative ways of funding. And to my mind, what really appeals is, in fact, crowdfunding itself. And there's several ways of going about it. It could have donation-based crowdfunding, And people might simply invest because they believe in a particular cause. Donors have social or personal motivation for putting the money and expecting nothing back. If there is a system of an ecosystem which is being spawned off in this area, perhaps it would be a good thing to talk about. I could also talk about debt crowd funding in a P2P lending, so to speak. Investors receive money, the money back usually with interest, although there may be some projects in developing countries where no interest is paid at all. P2P lending is an alternative to seeking a loan from a bank. In that sense, it is slightly different. It gives some return to the investors as they can choose who they fund it. And there's also a feel-good factor for the investor from funding what they really, things that they really believe in. Third, I would also talk about equity crowdfunding. In line with debt funding, people can invest in things that they believe in, so that they can exchange the money for shares or a small stake in the enterprise. So these things could potentially come. These are not developed in India as yet, but these are there in other parts of the globe. So one should look at that. One other thing which you have not asked me, but I would also comment about the education system in India, which I feel very strongly about. Indians, there's a lot of emphasis on rote learning, so to speak. So we have a lot of people who have good knowledge of chemistry, biology, and so on. But I think if the entire education system were to be realigned, if it was going to be reoriented, and it becomes a little more creative, then I think then you can marry a lot more skills rather than actually looking at siloed thinking. I think research is actually going to be a function of good chemical knowledge of chemistry, biology, and potentially something like even electrical engineering. So if that were to be brought about, by changing your, and there's an education policy being brought in by the government, that could potentially help our cause. So there's a lot of things to be done. As you rightly pointed out, the entire ecosystem has to come together to make this a success. And hopefully this will all happen in the near future.
Thanks, Ramesh. Especially that part on crowdfunding that you talked about was an idea that they came from you, and then we put it as part of the report. Certainly helpful. Even the other parts that you talked about, including the one on education that you said. In fact, it's a whole big subject which probably will be discussed in the session. Some parts of it tomorrow in that industry academia linkages, because it will again come back to talent. Yes. Which is the most relevant thing. Whether you say it's like, why are not too many investments coming in from outside, whether it's from multinationals or from more of a VCs. The question of this talent is always there at the back of the mind, saying how far ahead are we in this area, and what more needs to be done in terms of interventions, from various sides. The institutions themselves changing the curriculum or various other things, but that's for a different group which will be debating it tomorrow. We're almost coming to the end of the session. So if there are any final comments or any other ideas that you want to talk about it, then we can just go back to the audience. I think they might also have some questions. Starting with Deepak, anything that you think we missed out?
Satish, just a comment. There was, let's agree that we are at the initial stages of this entire journey, where R&D is concerned in many ways. And as I see it, I think we are at a very interesting inflection point. The very fact that we are all getting together, getting all these points, getting learnings and best examples, and trying to see how we can incorporate that. And one part of that is, if you really look at it, there was mention about the IPR part of it, that we have redone that entire IPR legal process, as you know, and rewritten that. This was about 40 months ago. And that has been now fairly well acknowledged globally. And in addition to that, enforcement of IPR is what the government is now focusing on, which is training right through all the agencies and stakeholders involved in this process. So I think that is where work needed to be done, which is happening as we speak. As I see, I think we are seeing very interesting nudging exercises and the momentum picking up quite fast. And the talent bit is a very critical one, but hopefully I am seeing more and more youngsters looking to come back to India. I see that happening in my own office. I mean, from some of the best schools across the globe, I see them back. And some of you have also been dealing with them. So I think that's also a good trend, and hopefully we'll see more of it. And please don't forget, we may be an ancient civilization, but we are still a very young nation. So we still have a long way to go. Thanks. Back to you, Satish.
Thanks. Thanks, Deepak. I certainly did meet some of the people who are in your team very, very bright young people who have, chosen to take up careers from you. Great effort there. Sanjay, any comments you want to make? Final ones?
No, I think first of all, yeah, I agree. I think Mr. Bagla, you've got some really smart people. Yeah, we need to poach some of them. I'm just kidding. No, but I'm kidding. No, but I think just 2 points here. I think discovery is a long process and high risk. And I think we all accept it. And therefore, I think and India has some very intrinsic talents right now, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. And that's in the area of technology platforms, data, digital. I think we need to have 2 parallel tracks where we focus on the next 5-10 years, what we can immediately do and really build it up because that's really where discovery is going. And then of course, we can always have the parallel track of long-term discovery, which honestly in every market is 30, 40, 50 years of fundamental ecosystem building. Hopefully we can do it in 10, 15 years.
Great. Prem?
No, not much to add, Satish. Look, I think my aspiration is India gets there in a 10-year time frame. I think it's a target that is well within the country's reach. Of course, it will take effort and patience, but I feel very positive that we will get there. At the end of the day, from our perspective, we are paid to take 10-year views, especially in this sector where I think things always take longer and are always more expensive, as I joke to our pharma and med device entrepreneurs. So we remain very bullish. I think drug discovery, medical device innovation is very high on our list of funds. So yeah, I think we continue to remain very positive on that path.
Great to hear that, Prem, that you're positive and bullish on this area. And Shashank, from your side, final comments.
I'll just second what Prem said, Satish. I think we've talked a lot about the challenges and the to-dos on this call, but I think it's really within our grasp, right? It speaks to exactly the types of industries and businesses that India has proven itself very good at, whether it is IT services, whether it's generic pharma, and it's the same. Sanjay talked about data and analytics as an example. It's the same inputs. It's the brain power. It's the ingenuity. It's the entrepreneurship, which Matthias referred to. Less missing, perhaps a bit more in Europe, but present here in spades. So I think the opportunity is really within our grasp. So it's very heartening to hear the discussion on this panel, and I think I feel very positive that this is a solvable problem for us in the next 5 or 10 years.
Great. Thanks for the optimism, Shashank. Matthias, over to you. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Matthias. I keep getting the doubt.
Perfect. No, very good. Thank you, Satish. I'm also more on India can make a big difference in 5 years. Of course, to realize everything will take longer. I would just leave with 2 thoughts. One is, I really believe in the convergence of technologies, this confluence. I believe that's rather good than bad for India, because it's a strength in various technologies, digital technology, we talked about it. And my second thought is, we talked a lot about talent, but just to be explicit, I'm not only talking about the people taking on sites, going into companies, but also the importance of academia. I would underline that in all important clusters, academia is super important. And that's maybe one example I throw in last second, which is actually how Canada ramped up in AI. That was a lot by importing high senior academics. So what's the program for India to also ramp up on the academic side or become even stronger? But really engaging discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Thanks, Matthias. Any last word from you, Ramesh?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm not a punter, but having said that, I would bet on this. I would think that whilst we have not had success in India, in terms of a very creative program, either in in IT or anything, I would think artificial intelligence and ML will really spur creativity in India, and you would actually have a product possibly in about 5 to 10 years. And I really am thinking that that would be a cornerstone in India, so to speak.
Great. So I think we have come to the end of the session. I believe there are no questions. It's probably too late in India at this point of time for people to prolong it any further. But just concluding remarks. First, I wanted to thank each of the panelists for your great insights that you have given as far as this most important subject is concerned on funding for innovation and R&D. What I'm also taking away is a great sense of optimism, a lot of positiveness, from all perspectives, whether it's from the government, whether it's from the investment side, or from the industry overseas or within India. Great amount of optimism that there are these elements in place at this point of time, which exist, whether it's talent, whether it's capability, whether it's various schemes from the government. More than anything else, the intent to move forward with innovation, with a great gusto. And all of us have been fortunate, to hear the Prime Minister also give his assurance that that he's committed to making sure that this ecosystem is in play. That's something all of us are looking forward to, because like we kept talking, this whole thing about ecosystem, connecting the dots, making sure that the talent from all areas, right, whether it's from the academics, from the industry, attracting talent from overseas, all these things are very, very important for us, so that when we move along the path of innovation, there'll be plenty of activity going on, a lot of products which will be developed, and a lot of new technologies, right? Artificial intelligence, ML, which the Ramesh was then, and various other platforms which we have the benefit of getting into the cutting edge areas, which we can also move ahead with, cell therapy, gene therapy, through collaboration. I think that's the final part of it. It needs collaboration from all stakeholders to make this happen. And I'm quite positive with the tone that's being set, the summit, certainly it will happen. So thank you once again. Thank you very much for all your insights and inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Satish.
Thank you very much, Satish.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy, and everyone for your valuable insights. And once again, thank you for joining us today. We have almost come to a close to end. May I now request Mr. Reddy to give the concluding address. Mr. Reddy, over to you.
Thank you, Srividya. I would like to first thank all of you for attending the first day of the two-day Global Innovation Summit. It's in fact been a very, very long journey for the Indian pharmaceutical industry. If I look back at where we started with, it's been an imports-dependent country, where we used to import various APIs, and then now we are a self-reliant producer of APIs, and we have one of the most globally competitive generics industry based from India. If we see by the volume and if you see the value, it's about $45 billion, half of exports and are domestic. By volume, it's the third largest in the world. And in terms of the potential, we believe we can grow by 2030 up to $120 to $130 billion. That's almost tripling the existing revenues that we get from this industry. And also, I think in terms of driving good health outcomes across the world, because of its affordable and high quality generics drugs, industry has played a very key role. And the future, we believe, is in innovation. And I do believe that we are at an inflection point, as some of the policymakers did use time and again today, the phrase of an inflection point. And in today's sessions, we have heard from eminent speakers about the importance of innovation. And this thrust certainly is important if you have to move up the value chain. And we want to realize the aspiration that we want to become a leader in drug discovery. In fact, in the morning, we're fortunate to have Mansukh Mandaviya, the Honorable Health Minister and Pharmaceuticals Minister, and where he quoted the PM's words. And his quote was that when convention fails, innovation begins. And it's very clear in the way Indian pharmaceutical industry handled and the repurposed drugs during the COVID-19 and contributed tremendously. That otherwise, if we followed the conventional way, nothing would have happened. We were quite innovative in the way we went about it, and we were able to take care of the people with COVID therapeutics as well as vaccines. The presence of the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji at our inaugural, I think will stand out as a highlight of this summit. He's encouraging and appreciating the contributions of the Indian pharma industry stood out quite a bit, and his assurance that the government is fully committed to enhance ecosystem for innovation, I think are words of encouragement which we couldn't have asked for more. Also, his phrase that we should ideate in India, innovate in India, manufacture in India, and make for the world is truly inspiring. From the policymakers, Aparna Madam talked about the draft R&D policy, which the government is developing, and has already put it in the public domain. It will certainly help catalyze R&D and innovation in the pharmaceutical sector, because this policy, will provide a conducive regulatory landscape to accelerate research, as she said, and also the development and drive towards targeted funding, and also to build strong industry-academia collaboration in line with global best practices, and also create best-in-class infrastructure for innovation in pharma. These are the pillars on which the policy is built on. Dr. Paul also, and also Dr. Vijay Raghavan, the principal scientific advisor to the government of India, also talked about the clinical trial infrastructure in India, which certainly needs improvement to discover better and also collaborate more with the industry, in order to produce more efficient and high quality drugs. Also, industry academia collaboration was highlighted by both that it is critical for growth of the innovation ecosystem in the country, and also can enable risk mitigation in the pharmaceutical sector. Also, in the words of Jake Henry from McKinsey, in his session, he also talked about the world for what it's recognized today to move towards innovating in India. I think that's an important step that we want to move forward to. And various sessions have been held today. I won't go into the details of that. Some were technical in nature, some were policy oriented, and also great panel discussions, especially the one we had on the regulatory ecosystem to support innovation, because that is being seen as an area which enabled, from the complexity and also enabling regulations, it would help shape, I would actually say, trigger an innovation-led economic growth model in this space. And we just concluded our funding discussion, where again various ideas came forward in terms of again joining the dots and making sure that there is a strong funding ecosystem that's developed. It's not just about incentives or just about tweaking a few regulations here and there, but to make India an attractive destination for pharma innovation, everything needs to come together, all the way from talent to various regulations being put together, and also making sure that incentives are in place. Also, what is clear from today's session, just to conclude, is that the journey of R&D and innovation is very much required, and the industry is poised to take this very big leap for innovation. It will certainly need a concerted effort from the government, from the industry, from academia, and it will help India unlock its innovation potential and position itself amongst the world's top innovators. So I once again wanted to thank Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Health and Chemicals and Fertilizers, all government officials who participated today, outstanding speakers and panelists, and a great number of youth participants for joining us on this innovation journey. Tomorrow again, we will gather at 2 p.m. for an exciting innovation challenge and also very interesting panel discussions. Thank you once again. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please be aware, as mentioned by Mr. Reddy, that we have another set of interesting discussion lined up tomorrow. Day 2 will cover presentations and discussions on Pharma Innovation Index, Grand Innovation Challenge, strengthening the academic industry collaboration, and exclusive CEO panel. Thank you once again. Have a very good evening. See you all tomorrow. Namaste.